Chapter 6:21. And I'm going to kill you. Giant Suns was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Feng Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Feng Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Feng Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought he appeared in 88 Truyang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Feng Yuan explored 88 Point Jinyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white. The bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Feng Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunxing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased. Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Feng Yuan. In terms of close combat ability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Feng Yuan had the glass owner token. He did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Feng Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Feng Yuan could control many floors of the Truyang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha! The glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Feng Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon he saw Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber, motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Suns will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have Giant Sun's bloodline and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Suns will seize the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Feng Yuan willed. The ice broke, and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly woke up. Chang Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yunxing gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Feng Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Feng Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Feng Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunxing, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity. My death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Feng Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Feng Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing with resentment, explaining, I received master's orders to infiltrate Truyong Building and release the land spirit seal, intending to overthrow Truyong Building and take control of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Master also gave me the glass owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sunswell. But along the way, you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sunswell borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sunswell? Humph. He is only using you to protect Truyong Building. Now, you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sunswell's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunxing frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sunswell. After being sucked into Truyong Building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you release my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back, and in front of Tai Bai Yunxing, he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Holding the knife in a reverse grip, he aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his 2 hands holding the knife alternately cutting a wound. 2 long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunxing shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment his pupils shrunk, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body. Only bright, red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunxing was Fang Yuan's true appearance. Ah, so you are not Chang Shanin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you? Although Tai Bai Yunxing was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura, especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense, rank, 5-peak stage aura. His gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunxing had seen countless people. With one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will, a genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person, Tai Bai Yunxing had only seen a few in his entire life. Who am I? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunxing, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. My real name is Fang Yuan. I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order. We are from the same sect. Fang Yuan? The same master and disciple? Bo. Astonished, shock and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunxing's mind. What do you mean? We are from the same sect. You still don't understand? It means that your master and I are the same person. Our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers." Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood. It was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair. At times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea. His aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 Gu immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunsheng's memory. He could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Master," Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over northern plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. Now listen carefully. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng. His tone was not polite. "Master's name is Zishan Makoto. He has 6 disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am the 5th. I cultivate Strength Path and Enslavement Path. Both paths are Gu immortal true inheritances." Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng was like a treasure. He chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air. The old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance. He likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you. He once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of Burning Sea, heavenly immortal. It has astonishing power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone. But Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. "Then you are my senior brother?" Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze had already changed greatly. Fang Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "You can barely be considered an in-name disciple. Master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my, that 5th senior brother." "Oh." Tai Bai Yunsheng slightly raised his brows. "What are you so proud of?" "You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status." Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your 5th senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal. I can just wait for you to die of old age." Fang Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion, if he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunsheng might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunsheng relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was quite old, compared to Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fang Yuan did not give a direct explanation, but with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered. Then sixth junior brother, Fang Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that. I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court, Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was powerlessly interrupted by Fang Yuan and could not get angry. Instead, he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fang Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. He. Splendid, truly splendid, lad. You are truly sinister. TSK. With just a few words, you swindled the Gu Immortal's battle strength. Mo Yao had been observing from the side, but at this moment she could not help but appear in Fang Yuan's mind, praising Fang Yuan's performance endlessly. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you finally said something sensible. Master's eyes are not wrong. He did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind. You need to cooperate with me. Now, we can only rely on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed again. First, use this. Fang Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan Gu. This is. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at this lifespan Gu, and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Use it, you might have immortal Guman as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. His grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. This lifespan Gu, the glass owner token in my hand, can control a portion of the round. There is only 1 lifespan Gu in Truyang building. Quickly use it, don't dawdle. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gaoyang and Zhuzai. Even now he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan Gu in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. What's wrong with you? Fang Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. There are some reasons. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyelids drooped before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Fang Yuan. Anyway, don't worry. I will provide you with the greatest help. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunsheng, gritting his teeth. Scoundrel! Do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan Gu? Tai Bai Yunsheng was silent. His gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Fang Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart. The last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunsheng's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a Gu Immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. All right, according to the contents of your true inheritance and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before, right? Yes. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Yes. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. Very good. Follow me. Saying so, a large group of starlight, firefly, Goo flew out of his aperture. Oh, right. Hold these two for me. Put them in your immortal aperture. I can't bring them. I can't bring it. Fong Yuan casually tossed it. Immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk. Chapter 6, 22. Master, you are finally back. Little, who immortal, had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Fong Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around. Fong Yuan's face showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little, who immortal's small head. Little, who immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small. But this is the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little, who immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little, who immortal calling Fong Yuan master. Fong Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still immortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court, blessed land. After that, Imperial Court, blessed land, gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. Haha, this central continent blessed land is called Who Immortal Blessed Land. I received master's orders and forcefully seized it from several central continent sections. Fong Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, but now he was truly looking at Fong Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask, thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Fong Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little, who immortal, saw Tai Bai Yunxing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fong Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal. Quickly bring us to Dang Hun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore, he immediately let down his guard and led Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Together, they disappeared. In the next moment, Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were teleported to the center of the blessed land and saw Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Dang Hun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously in Dang Hun Mountain, the Dang Hun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. Master, if you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little, who immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fong Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was a smart person. Seeing the scene and recalling Fong Yuan's words, he guessed Fong Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fong Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is... Little, who immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw a landscape as before Gu. This Gu was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai by Yunsheng lightly shouted, and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before Gu in the blink of an eye. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Dang Hun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal Gu gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed, and Tai by Yunsheng threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Dang Hun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Dang Hun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Dang Hun Mountain is back! Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai by Yunsheng's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that, he used his movement Gu and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending 1 bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal Gu, and used landscape as before Gu to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai by Yunsheng was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Dang Hun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain? Tai by Yunsheng finally heard it clearly, and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock, "Could it be?" In the legends of Renzu, could there be a second Dang Hun Mountain? Fang Yuan's smile deepened. To think that I would actually see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the soul cultivation, holy land that even spectral soul demon Venerable praises endlessly. Tai by Yunsheng sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him, this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunsheng's gaze had a subtle change again. He did not speak, silently using the 3rd bead of immortal essence, and continued to activate landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state. The jade light was not as strong as before. Tai by Yunsheng used the 4th bead, the 5th bead of green grape immortal essence, until the 6th bead, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Dang Hun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai by Yunsheng muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color, and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. Sob, 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 she cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fang Yuan looked at Dang Hun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work. The dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in imperial court, blessed land, especially now Giant Sons was excluded from the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake Gu was an immortal Gu. It was hard to capture. But Fang Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunqing's trust. He had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time, he could use the Gu Immortals to forcefully refine the false emotion fake Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan left in a hurry. He left Hu Immortal blessed land with Tai Bai Yunqing. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu. It was filled with souls of both humans and beasts. Most of them were collected by Fang Yuan from the battlefield. Using Dang Hun Mountain, he could produce a large number of Guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Jinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fang Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We're back again. Tai Bai Yunqing's side. This time, they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunqing had only heard of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu. They could allow blessed lands and grotto heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Sixth Junior Brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe Master taught him this. The trip to Hu Immortal blessed land made Tai Bai Yunqing trust Fang Yuan even more. Fang Yuan was only immortal now, but he had a blessed land. This in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Dang Hun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunqing's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunqing had no choice but to believe. Fang Yuan first showed his true appearance, then used lifespan Gu, secret information, and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunqing's trust. He also solved Tai Bai Yunqing's doubts. Why did Truyang building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunqing were almost all true. Only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lies became the truth. Especially this lie. It was Tai Bai Yunqing's deepest secret. After being soul searched by Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunqing had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunqing's mentality. Tai Bai Yunqing felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked, he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew, but he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope, he needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunqing did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition. To a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunqing's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals. He had experienced the mortal world. But on the path to immortality, he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his possession. He was no longer anxious, he also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was from the deepest part of his heart. He was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? No, it was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal Gu to you. Tai Bai Yunqing through fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal Gu and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunxing once again made Tai Bai Yunxing feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunxing to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was solemn. He did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree men here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyan. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away. The false emotion fake Wu Gu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the trance, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Chong. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the tree man. You are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyan shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon. Her origin is mysterious. She is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows? She might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shanin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains. Yet you can't differentiate right from wrong. You are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyan was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon. She is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy. The two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit. With its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Suns was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyan, and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyan sacrificed himself to help. This caused Zhao Lianyun's heart to tremble, and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan had already given his heart to Zhao Lianyun. The two of them truly loved each other, and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the tree man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the tree man Fang Yuan, and Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly appeared on the tree man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyan actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. Humph, this lad's luck is really amazing. Fang Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him. Tai Bai Yunxing was slightly shocked. He did not expect the Grand Fang Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you. He Lulan quickly sensed Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. His pupils shrunk, and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Suns will suddenly disappeared. The mysterious man impersonating Changshan Yin appeared again with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing beside him. The two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyan, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink. It was already surrounded by the tree man layer by layer. His and Zhao Lianyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing glanced at He Lulan, who had a grim expression, and asked calmly. Fang Yuan sneered. To topple Truyong Building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone. Thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly. We do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different. The difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree man, under his will, followed him in layers. Chapter 6, 23. Bam, bam, bam. The 6 10-meter-tall Treants raised their hammer-like fists high in the air and ruthlessly smashed the light barrier one after another. Frost Jade Peacock cried out. The wide wings had already been sealed by the gold, and only its head was still exposed. Masters, I can't hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, her long eyelashes trembling. The light barrier was getting weaker and weaker under the tree men's attacks. It was on the verge of shattering. More terrifyingly, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in ruins, and Frost Jade Land Spirit was sealed. The remaining strength was nothing to Fang Yuan. He could break through it any time. The fatal crisis had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had no idea. Even if they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating. Zhao Lianyun was silent. She leaned on Ma Hongyun with her eyes closed. In essence, she was a woman after all. Ma Hongyun consoled her softly, even though he himself had no hope. It's over. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, stepping on the leaves and entering the innermost layer of the tree men's encirclement. But just as he was about to attack and dive down, Mo Yao suddenly cried out in his mind, Huh? This aura. Wait a minute. Stop right now. What's wrong? Fang Yuan's movement halted. He stopped at the top of the tree, bewildered. Ever since Mo Yao's was placed in his mind, he had never seen Mo Yao have such intense emotional fluctuations. At this moment in Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao appeared. Her face was covered in tears. Her body was trembling. She muttered to herself, this aura, there's no mistake, there's no mistake. This is fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he recalled. For the sake of her lover, Bo Qing, when Mo Yao was alive, he had put in a lot of effort to research the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had taken the risk to enter the true inheritance mystic realm. Her original goal was to obtain one of the supreme true inheritances, the Luck Path True Inheritance, and steal fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. However, in the end, she was only partially successful, even though she had gone through a lot of hardships and used all her strength to break a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu flew along this crack and disappeared without a trace. However, Mo Yao did not come out empty-handed. She obtained a small portion of the Luck Dao Inheritance. Combining with her refinement Grandmaster Foundation, she finally refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Mo Yao used Calamity Beckoning Gu to help Bo Qing in his tribulation, but both of them died. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan found the inheritance left behind by Mo Yao and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu again. He accepted Mo Yao's final mission to return the Rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House in the future. Right now, Mo Yao suddenly sensed fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. This was the full effort she put in when she was alive. She used all her wisdom, but still failed to obtain the crucial Immortal Gu. It was not hard to understand why she lost her composure and was so agitated. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura is on this kid. To think that I, Mo Yao, put in all my effort, narrowly escaping death. I let fortune rivaling Heaven Gu escape. In the end, a mortal kid benefited from it. He, is this fate? Mo Yao looked up at the sky and sighed, crying and laughing. Her tone was extremely bleak. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. He asked in his mind, that means fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is on Ma Hongyan? Are you sure? Of course, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. I will absolutely not forget it, Mo Yao replied resolutely. She continued, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is rank 8. It is a one-time consumable Gu. It is formless and intangible. It is a lump of grand luck. It is extremely difficult to capture using ordinary methods. Back then, my main body was unable to capture it, causing it to disappear without a trace. Even True Yang Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains and wandered, finally landing on that kid's body. So, it is only a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan was immediately greatly disappointed. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was the highest achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path True Inheritance. Its value was extremely huge. Fang Yuan could not obtain any benefits in True Inheritance, secluded domain. It would be best if he could snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Gu from Ma Hongyan. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was a one-time use Gu. It would disappear once used. Fang Yuan, be careful. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is extremely mysterious. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had many fortuitous encounters, turning calamities into blessings, his luck never ending. It was mostly because of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Ma Hong used fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He is a true son of luck. His luck is number 1 in the 5 regions. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had the same luck. He has the same level of luck. Although luck is formless and intangible, it is also a part of strength. You must not look down on it. Mo Yao anxiously reminded, I know my limits. Fang Yuan restrained his killing intent. His gaze was cold as he stood on the branch, not attacking rashly. He looked down at Ma Hongyun and the others from above, allowing the tramp beneath his feet to launch its attacks. Actually, the distance between the two was not far, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. From this, it could be seen how severely weakened the land spirit was. The strength of both sides was clear. It looked like the fruits of victory were at their fingertips. Killing Ma Hongyan was as easy as flipping one's hand. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His horizons naturally surpassed mortals. He was clear. The so-called Gu master paths, wisdom path, strength path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and so on, they looked like a collection of complex and detailed Gu worms. But in essence, they were the understanding of heaven and earth, the analysis of the profundities of the universe. Luck path was the same. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's example, luck path, compared to other paths, could explain a certain aspect of the profundities of heaven and earth at a deeper level. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyan. He had always placed great importance on him. Because of his previous life's memories, he knew how high Ma Hongyan's future achievements would be. In his previous life, he eventually became the pillar of Northern Plains, the leader who resisted the attacks of Central Continent's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was besieged, he was still growing healthily. Fang Yuan was clear about Ma Hongyan's growth path, and now he finally understood the source of Ma Hongyan's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven goo. And the originator of this was Mo Yao, who resided in Fang Yuan's mind. Although luck did not have a material form and could not be touched, Fang Yuan was clear about its profound power. No wonder giant sons will specially chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyan for the land spirit's ownership. He Lulan is the strongest bloodline descendant, while Ma Hongyan has fortune rivaling heaven. Fang Yuan felt it was quite troublesome. Although Ma Hongyan was only a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the protection of a rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu was only inferior to the legendary rank 9 wisdom Gu, strength Gu, and so on. Its power was extraordinary and beyond imagination. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would have a miserable ending. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then, in true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi immortal Gu. Not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyan looked harmless, but in reality, when had he ever suffered a real loss along the way? Every time, it was a blessing in disguise. He had endless fortuitous encounters. Those who wanted to harm him or deal with him had instead met with misfortune. Although every time, he was not the one who attacked directly, but there would always be other external forces, accidents, and countless coincidences. These external forces, coincidences, and accidents stacked together to form an astonishing might. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Previously, Giant Sun's will wanted to eliminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyan risked his life to protect him. This was equivalent to Giant Sun's will standing on the opposite side of Ma Hongyan. Just as Giant Sun's was about to make a move, Fang Yuan took action and pulled out Truyang Building, and was now being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Even Giant Sun's was killed. Fang Yuan thought from a different perspective, and was immediately shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can investigate the situation inside 88-point Xinyang Tower. Why did I make a move earlier? It was completely unintentional. Maybe after hearing that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, I wanted to protect her and investigate it out of curiosity? Fang Yuan recalled the situation back then. Giant Sun's will being expelled from Truyang Building could be said to have been single-handedly caused by him. But the timing was coincidental, allowing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyan to escape the calamity. If I make a move against Ma Hongyan now, will it be the same as Giant Sun's will, an external force intervening, or some accident happening? Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand, feeling apprehensive. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan thought again. What I heard was actually Mo Yao's side of the story. Mo Yao's will seems trustworthy. But what if she is deceiving me for some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus he asked Mo Yao in his mind. Strange, I used luck inspection go earlier and observed almost everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyan has fortune rivaling heaven, why did I notice it? I only saw 2 people with the most luck. One is He Lulan, the other is Tai Baiyunsheng. Mo Yao seemed to have expected Fang Yuan to have this question, and immediately answered, What's so strange about that? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu. Your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu, an investigative Gu that allows the Gu master to see luck that is invisible to the naked eye. How can a rank 5 investigative Gu detect the luck of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Since I can't see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyan has fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to ask. Oh, Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed before saying, There is a way to confirm it. That is to use investigative Gu to observe your own luck. Every time you do something unfavorable to the child of luck, Ma Hongyan, because of the mutual influence of luck, your luck will become even worse. If you don't believe me, you can check it like this. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately activated luck inspection Gu. His vision immediately changed. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun only had a small portion of luck. no different from ordinary people. Chapter 6:24. This black luck was dark and gloomy, making people feel oppressed. It was in the shape of a coffin, firmly enveloping Fang Yuan within it. At some point, Fang Yuan's black death, luck, had become even larger and denser. Looking into the distance, several li away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were fighting fiercely. The luck of both sides was very clear. Above He Lulan's head was still the green cloud luck, continuous and continuous, like a huge green pillar. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the luck was much less than before, not even 1/6 of the original. Moreover, it was no longer a bright red cloud, but a gloomy dusk, almost like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan turned his gaze back, looking above his head, and started experimenting according to Mo Yao's instructions. The result was just as Mo Yao had said. Every time he had a thought of harming Ma Hongyan, his black coffin luck would expand a little, and its color seemed to become even darker. Fang Yuan, I advise you to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Your black coffin luck is too dense, it's frighteningly dark. The danger is right in front of you. Don't think that luck is illusory. Think about how the giant sun, immortal, dominated the world. You are in deep danger now. It's as dangerous as a pile of eggs. The black coffin luck hasn't acted up yet. It's not that you won't get your retribution. It's just that it's not time yet. Mo Yao repeatedly advised in Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his willpower as strong as steel. You want me to retreat? Would he be frightened by mere bad luck? How is that possible? His eyes squinted into slits, and under the shade of the tree crown, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if it's the worst luck, it won't directly attack me. It has to rely on external objects to kill me. At this moment, at this place, I want to see. Who can stop me? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart unceasing. He believed in the power of luck, but he believed in himself even more. He wanted to kill Ma Hongyan. I have to give it a try. If he were to shrink back just because of luck, would that be Fang Yuan style? Ordinary people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, but he wouldn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin. Are you crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Mo Yao screamed. Precisely because he is so strong, it is more interesting to challenge him, isn't it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was no longer Changshanin with short hair. Instead, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his brows were filled with wildness. He never minded bullying the weak, but he also had the courage to fight the strong. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If not now, then when? The floating sea is teased by fate. Shun the waves and follow the stream as cowardly as a worm. A true man am O Taitsong. Even if my body shatters, I will not regret the pain. Fang Yuan softly chanted. His previous craziness was completely restrained, and his face was as calm as water. Crazy, crazy. In his mind, Mo Yao kept muttering. At this moment, the killing intent in Fang Yuan's heart reached its peak. The black coffin's fate above his head also began to expand at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by 3 times. I want to see who can save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo. Let me see your prowess as well. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. Bam! With a loud sound, the majestic air currents formed into a gale, suddenly pressing towards them from afar. He Lulan flew up, while Tai Bai Yunsheng crawled out of the deep pit with blood flowing out of his mouth. He looked at He Lulan, who was floating in the air, with a shocked expression. You are actually... Before he finished speaking, He Lulan pounced down again. Bam! With a loud sound, the ground shook and dust rose. 10. Extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered in place of Tai Bai Yunsheng. To think that He Lulan actually had one of the 10 extreme physiques. It seemed that it was the great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. After a few breaths of time, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Tai Bai Yunsheng. His hair was messy, his face was covered in dust, and his chest was caved in, revealing his pale, white bones. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. But soon his body shone with green light, and the blood stopped flowing. The heavy injuries on his body were quickly recovering. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had exchanged information. They knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng had 2 immortal gu, landscape as before and man as before. But evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was not using the immortal gu man as before, but an ordinary healing gu. Man, as before immortal, gu needed green grape immortal essence to activate. It had great effects, but green grape immortal essence was not easy to accumulate. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, gu immortals would not easily use immortal gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are a grand gu immortal. Why are you afraid of a mortal like me? A loud roar shook heaven and earth. He Lulan also flew into the sky, chasing after Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such dense aura of the 10 extreme physiques, terrifying. He Lulan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, she is also on the verge of self-detonation. This time, Fang Yuan obtained even more information. Back then, Fang Yuan relied on Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul physique to fight stronger enemies on Qing Mao Mountain and overturn the situation. At that time, Bai Ningbing was only rank 3. The higher the cultivation level of the 10 extreme physiques, the stronger the power of self-detonation. Once the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan self-detonates, the power would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for her to kill a gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mouth was filled with bitterness. He had no battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's aura was sealed by immortal gu dark limit's power, not leaking out at all. Now that the seal was removed, the majestic aura made people involuntarily feel fear. He was now a human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to get close to him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yunsheng had just become a gu immortal. If he was dragged down by this fugitive He Lulan, wouldn't that be too unjust? To think that He Lulan actually has the great strength, true martial physique of one of the 10 extreme physiques. He could actually grow to such a stage. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew with all his might. His speed was astonishing. He was a flying master. The cloud path gu worms he used were good movement gu. He Lulan chased after him, but helplessly watched as the distance between them grew further and further. Boom! He Lulan was enraged. Suddenly he punched. The power of this punch was astonishing, and it directly caused a sonic boom, shattering the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi flew out, quickly turning into a strength path phantom. When Fang Yuan had fought in Southern Border, he had created many beast phantoms. But He Lulan's phantom was not in the shape of a beast. It was in the shape of a human. Moreover, this human phantom was lifelike, exactly the same as He Lulan. Their bodies were swollen, resembling violent bears, a mouthful of jagged, snow-white teeth, like daggers and sharp swords. Their triangular eyes shone with a malevolent light. This was simply a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast phantoms I created in Southern Border, I am afraid they are not the human phantom's match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary eyesight. He could tell at one glance that this human phantom had extremely strong battle strength. Once it was used, it could automatically chase after the enemy. It had intelligence. This was the rank 5 peak stage, great strength, true martial physique. The strength of an attack. It was simply terrifying. Fang Yuan could not estimate how strong this force was in a short period of time, unless he personally fought and experienced it. But he was certain such terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. It could be said that He Lulan was a monster who was half a step into Gu immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques were existences that broke the rules. They were existences that broke ranks. On Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physiques to successfully get through the crisis. But this time, the 10 extreme physiques stood on the opposite side of him. If not for a Gu master becoming an immortal, my defense would have increased qualitatively. Otherwise, Tai Bai Yunxing would be in even more danger. Tai Bai Yunxing has just advanced to Gu immortal. He has not accumulated the foundation of a Gu immortal yet. Moreover, he is only a healing Gu master, but he encountered a fierce and tyrannical battle expert like He Lulan. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of Gu immortals over mortals is that they have unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's true main cultivation path is Strength Path. Strength Path is the least reliant on primeval essence among all paths and consumes the least primeval essence. Thus, this advantage is almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move. He actually took a different path and can create such slow and lifelike human phantoms. In a short period of time, he had already created 5 to 6 human phantoms. These phantoms are extraordinary. They are full of intelligence and can actually outflank and obstruct Tai Bai Yunxing's movement. This is simply unimaginable. It was not strange to create human phantoms. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human phantoms. And these human phantoms all had astonishing battle strength. Strength superimposed on intelligence, the power made even Fang Yuan shocked. No wonder in my previous life, He Lulan suddenly died. So he had the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan realized. Although he had been reborn, he did not know everything. But now, his plans were disrupted by this accident. Damn it. Fang Yuan could not help but tightly clench the glass owner token in his hand. According to his original plan, he wanted to follow Giant Sun's Will's train of thought and use false emotion fake Will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. To do this, he needed to subdue false emotion fake Will Gu. But false emotion fake Will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and the Gu contained Giant Sun's will. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal Venerable's will? Only a Gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thus, Fang Yuan used his glib tongue and deceived Tai Bai Yunxing into becoming his ally, wanting to use his will to cooperate with him in refining false emotion fake Will Gu. But when he returned to Truyang Building, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land and were recognized by Frost Jade Peacock. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was 2 Gu master lovers who truly loved each other. Ma Hongyan was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a girl and had not started her cultivation path yet. She could actually be recognized as a master. From this, it could be seen that the Gu master condition was only referring to aptitude. As long as there was a possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could be recognized. Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal in his previous life, so she naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This was not worth fussing over. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, he had 2 things to do. The first was to obtain false emotion fake Will Gu. It was with He Lulan, so Fang Yuan handed this matter to Tai Bai Yunxing. The second was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to being ownerless. After doing these 2 things, Tai Bai Yunxing would help Fang Yuan refine false emotion fake Will Gu, and he would be able to control the land spirit. Even if giant suns were returned, Fang Yuan would have the ability to contend against it. Chapter 6:25. He Lulan exposed her true trump card. The 10 extreme physique that was on the verge of self-detonation had shocking battle strength. She actually suppressed the grand Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing and chased after him. This situation was surprising, but after thinking about it, it was not surprising. If I can't defeat He Lulan, I can take the false emotion fake Wilgu. Without false emotion fake Wilgu, how can I subdue the land spirit? Damn it. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? I was just about to attack when such an accident happened. Feng Yuan looked at Ma Hongyan with a solemn expression. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He crossed his arms and stood on a tall branch, his lips curled into a cold smile. This is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven. Humph. Now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are entangled, if I insist on killing you, how can you resist? This time, Feng Yuan did not make a move, but directly manipulated the tree man. The few tree ants in the innermost layer raised their giant hammer-like hands high up in unison. Under Feng Yuan's control, they raised their fists and smashed down together. Bam! With a loud sound, Frost Jade Peacock cried out miserably. Its raised head also fell to the ground. The defensive barrier that it put up with all its strength was completely shattered, turning into specks of golden light that quickly dissipated. The final obstruction was also gone. The tree man who was closest to it took a big step and stretched out its sinister giant palm, grabbing towards Ma and Zhao Lianyun at a seemingly slow speed. Zhao Lianyun screamed in fear, while Ma Hong-yun hugged him tightly with his back facing the tree man's palm. Die. Feng Yuan softly muttered. He completely ignored the black coffin luck that was rapidly expanding above his head. The tree man completely opened its palm. A huge shadow firmly enveloped Ma and Zhao Lianyun. With just a light pinch, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But right at this moment, the 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly shook intensely. The world shook. You scoundrel! How dare you expel me? Die! An extremely loud and clear voice suddenly burst out, piercing through heaven and earth, causing Feng Yuan's eardrums to hurt slightly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hong-yun raised his head in surprise. He shouted, "It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor wasn't killed. He's back." He Lulan also looked pleasantly surprised. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was pale. Once giant suns were returned, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the true power of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could trap Gu immortals to death. This was not a joke. Impossible. Even if I had spent a lot of time in Hu immortal blessed land, I would not have been able to defeat him. But a quarter of an hour is far from over. Feng Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He was extremely shocked. He quickly used the Glazed Abode Master token to check on the situation. Outside the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were layers upon layers of golden, sand-like light particles. That was the incomparably large giant sun's will. It was still roaring and roaring, while resisting the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while exerting pressure in an attempt to enter True Yang Tower. The giant sun's will outside did not come in. What is going on with the giant sun's will inside? Where did it come from? Feng Yuan was extremely puzzled, but this giant sun's will that suddenly appeared did not give him any time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those that were running helped Tai Bai Yunqing attack. The trance surrounding Ma Hong-yun all stopped moving, as if they were stone statues. Feng Yuan's face was flushed red. The Glazed Abode Master token in his hand was burning like fire. Cracks rapidly appeared on the Glazed Abode Master token. In an instant, the Glazed Abode Master token was on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's was sweeping through the central continent Gu Immortals arrangements with the momentum of a tornado. The third method that the central continent Gu Immortals set up was extremely secretive. Even giant suns could not easily discover it. But now that Fang Yuan had activated the third method, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by giant suns that suddenly appeared. Once the glazed abode master token completely shattered, the third method would lose its effect, and giant suns would be able to freely enter and exit True Yang Tower. At that time, even if giant suns did not use 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could easily kill Fang Yuan with his own strength. An unprecedented crisis suddenly descended. Don't tell me I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. It is not a last resort. I want to stake it all. I can still stake it all. Fang Yuan roared. He roused his thoughts and poured them into the glazed abode master token. Bam! At the next moment, through the glazed abode master token, his thoughts fiercely collided with giant suns that suddenly appeared. GUH. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The thoughts he poured into the glazed abode master token were completely destroyed. His head was in intense pain. It felt like it was about to split open. Even his mind was affected. Mo Yao's screamed continuously inside. Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision blurred. He could not stand properly. He only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time before falling down from a tall tree branch. Whoosh! Strong winds blew. The 3 tree men closest to him suddenly stretched out their giant hands made of branches and leaves. They grabbed towards Fang Yuan with malicious intent. Fang Yuan had lost the competition. Giant suns had regained control of this round. These tree men had become Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Taking advantage of this change, Ma and Zhao managed to escape this crisis. Driven by their desire to survive, they started to flee blindly under the messy tree roots. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan barely managed to wake up. He gave a light shout, pouring his primeval essence into his goo worm. He activated his strength and punched towards the approaching giant tree leaf hands. Fists and legs collided. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 explosions, he directly shattered the hands. He adjusted his posture in the air and staggered towards the ground. The after effects of fighting giant suns were still present. His ears were filled with a loud, buzzing noise. He had almost lost his hearing. But Fang Yuan did not feel any regret. Instead, he grinned and laughed loudly. Awesome! The clash of wills just now was without any tricks. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to successfully protect the glass owner token, he even discovered the weakness of Giant Sun's will. The mysterious will that had just emerged was terrifying. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It did not seem to have expected Fang Yuan to make such a decision. This will was divided into 3 parts. The majority of the will was entangled with the third method. A small portion was busy fighting for control of this round, and a small portion competed with Fang Yuan using the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's will destroyed the victorious Giant Sun's will. At the same time, he used the third method and fought until his own was completely destroyed, finally successfully trapping the majority of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will. Only a small portion was left, controlling the round. Giant Sun's will was enraged. He did not expect that a small mortal would actually have the guts to directly clash with his will. Even more so, he did not expect that this mortal's mind would actually store so many wills. This was all thanks to Mo Yao. To deal with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. Just in case, he had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. There were intentional, playful, deliberate, intentional, attentive, etc. There were many types. Giant Sun's will had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's military strength and was extremely anxious. He was busy trying to save the situation, resulting in Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was completely caught unprepared. Thief! I will turn your bones into ashes. Giant Sun's will was enraged, continuously commanding the tree man to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, doing his best to heal and recover. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches and limbs were destroyed, they would not die. They wouldn't die either, and their life force was very long. Rather than fighting head-on, he would use brute force. This was definitely not a good idea. While dodging, Fang Yuan's injuries quickly recovered. He quickly discovered that the tree man was not only attacking him, but also Tai by Yunsheng and Ma Hongyan. More accurately, it was Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyan. Under the pursuit of the tree man, Ma and Zhao Lianyun were fleeing with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. They were panicking and did not care about where they were going, gradually getting closer to Fang Yuan. "Please save us." Ma Hongyan finally saw Fang Yuan and shouted for help. Truly naive, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly and immediately went to help. Both parties quickly approached each other. Fang Yuan shouted, "Giant Sons will want to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come to my side." "Be careful." Zhao Lianyun, who was running, expressed hesitation, but the situation forced them. Only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were already unable to hold on any longer. They would definitely be smacked to death by the tree man, but if they went to Fang Yuan's side, they might still have a chance to live. "Save, I have to save them. Quickly save them." In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan almost thought he had heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. "Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is an enormous special will. He is extremely clear of the power of fortune rivaling heaven gu. He does not want to deal with Ma Hongyan. But when he was first created, his main body had set a specific action. That is, if he sees an otherworldly demon, he must exterminate it. Otherworldly demon. Don't say you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, he will be the best weapon to deal with Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely become enemies with Giant Sun's will. At that time, Giant Sons will be tortured by fortune rivaling heaven gu. Mo Yao's words caused Fang Yuan to be greatly moved. For a moment, his hidden killing intent towards Ma Hongyan also abruptly diminished. Wait a moment. Ma and Zhao are in danger. They might be trampled to death by the tree man at any moment, or even crushed to pieces. If I make a move now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan was stunned when he thought of this. Although Ma Hongyan was only rank 3, he was too difficult to kill. The first time Fang Yuan made a move, He Lulan revealed her trump card, becoming one of the 10 extremities and chased after Tai by Yinsheng. The second time he made a move, Giant Sons will appear out of nowhere, heavily injuring Fang Yuan. Even now, his ears were still buzzing. His mind had been reduced by 30%. Although he managed to protect the glass owner token and harm Giant Sun's will, he also lost control of this round. Now, the third time Fang Yuan made a move, it was actually Mo Yao who came to persuade him. But the persuasion was so reasonable. Even Fang Yuan himself could not help but be moved, because earlier, Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyan to make the land spirit recognize him as its master again. But now, He Lulan erupted with her true battle strength, protecting the false emotion fake Will Gu. Fang Yuan did not have the false emotion fake Will Gu. Why did he still want to kill Ma and Zhao? Chapter 6:26. Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. Fang Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster. This was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind. Save! Quickly save him! Logic also told Fang Yuan, if he saved Ma Hongyan, he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune, rivaling heaven, cannot stop me. Feng Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice, his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Feng Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding challenge, and stubbornness. The fire burned Feng Yuan's eyes red. The blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Come, let me send you on your way. Feng Yuan opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He directly broke the giant tree man in front of him and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Feng Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Feng Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents, but he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, it only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sunzel did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them, then kill Zhao Lianyun. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Feng Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Feng Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sunzel had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak blessed land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Wugu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the blessed land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyun, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Wugu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Feng Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Damn it! This feeling again. It is always at the crucial moment, at the crucial place. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to forcefully break through. Bam, 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 with a thunderous collision. Feng Yuan was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was ferocious as he directly broke through the tree man's defense. The whole process only took less than 10 breaths of time, but at the same time, Feng Yuan also paid a disastrous price. On his body, there were 3 large wounds, one on his chest, one on his back, and one on his back, forming a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist on his stomach. His right forearm was severely fractured, and his left leg was twisted at a strange angle, directly twisted to the side by the huge force. Ha ha ha! Feng Yuan laughed wildly. He could not use his arms and legs for the moment, but he still had movement goo. He could still fly. He rapidly flew towards Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The view before him was completely flat. Ma Hongyun bent his back, tightly hugging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. Outside, there were tree vines that coiled around him like pythons. These tree vines wanted to separate the two, but did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. The tree vines competed with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was naturally inferior, Seeing that he and Zhao Lianyun were being forcefully separated, he bit his lips and stared angrily. But there was nothing he could do. No. He screamed in a low voice, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that his lover was about to die in front of him, he was filled with pain and despair, like a wild beast that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Quickly save him. Now is the best opportunity to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyan will definitely be grateful to you, and you will be able to borrow his heaven's equal fortune. Why did Giant Sons will not kill Ma Hongyan? It is because he wants to borrow his luck. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted again, trying to dissuade Fang Yuan. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan's reply was filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. With success at hand, he instead calmed down. His face was expressionless, no longer showing any malevolence. Kill. With Ma and Zhao Lianyun in his attack range, Fang Yuan immediately unleashed a fatal strike. This strike was earth-shattering, causing the atmosphere in front of him to explode. The incomparably ferocious power was like an evil dragon rising to the heavens, overturning the seas and rivers, enveloping Ma and Zhao Lianyun. No, this time it was Giant Sons who screamed in despair and helplessness. He immediately commanded the surrounding tree men to use their bodies to shield Ma and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, but quickly shifted. But Giant Sun's Will's heart was filled with despair. He knew that what he was doing was useless. Fang Yuan had been preparing this furious strike for a long time. How could it be so easily dodged? The tree man's body would be torn apart by this attack, and the tree vines would not be able to shift in time. In the end, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would be hit by the attack. They would be smashed into meat paste. Even if there were tens of thousands of tree men and the vast sea of trees, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was decisive. He brazenly burst out, breaking through the defense line, and successfully seized the crucial moment. The tree man's movement had always been slow, and the speed of its reinforcements was not outstanding. Ma Hongyan was dead for sure. At this moment, it was not only Fang Yuan. Even Giant Sons will thought the same. Not only them, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun also did not have any hope of escaping. All the factors that affected the situation seemed to have their own effects. Hei Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sunswill, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao. These people or things at this moment had done their best. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. A faint smile appeared on her face. What else can save Ma Hongyan? But at the next moment, boom! A loud sound rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. A threatening golden light illuminated the entire checkpoint. Could it be that Giant Sons has once again entered the True Yang building? Fang Yuan's heart sank, but soon he found out that was not the case. Giant Sons was still being beaten outside the tower. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had planned for so many years. The third method they had deliberately created could not be underestimated. If not for this, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would not have returned triumphantly and successfully toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. A huge golden light lump. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with lightning speed, instantly melting the surrounding tree man and protecting Ma and Zhao at the center. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? In his mind, Mo Yao was extremely shocked. He could not help but scream. What's going on? Isn't the supreme true inheritance and true inheritance secluded domain? Why did it suddenly charge into this checkpoint and fall into Ma Hongyan's hands? Fang Yuan was helpless. He could only stop moving forward. He had already experienced the power of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance, secluded domain. This was not something he could come into contact with. But why was Ma Hongyan completely fine when he was in the ball of light? At once, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a huge sense of dejection in his heart. He used all his battle strength to attempt to kill Ma Hongyan for the third time. Even though he saw hope a moment ago and success was at hand, he still failed in the end. Why would the supreme true inheritance fall into Ma Hongyan's hands? This is impossible. In his mind, Mo Yao completely lost her composure. She scratched her head with her hands. Her long hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. It was no wonder she was acting like this. Her main body had worked hard and expended a lot of effort, but only managed to break a small crack in the luck path true inheritance. She even let fortune, rivaling heaven, go escape. In the end, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. In the end, calamity beckoning Gu did not help her beloved Bo Qing. She and Bo Qing both died. At this moment, she saw the entire luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself into the arms of a rank 3 mortal. Even if you have fortune rivaling heaven, you can't do this, right? Why can't it be me? I worked so hard and paid such a huge price. Why can't it be me? But it had to be him, a mortal, a fool, a child. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He tried to get rid of his irrelevant emotions. Thinking hard. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. It was extremely slippery. I understand now. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. He grasped this flash of inspiration. Everything that seemed impossible in front of him suddenly became clear. The supreme true inheritance took the initiative to acknowledge Ma Hongyan as its master and not anyone else. This was because Ma Hongyan had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the essence of giant sun immortal's luck path. It was the crystallization of his essence. To the remaining supreme true inheritances, it was their leader and emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but at this time? The luck path supreme true inheritance originally existed in the true inheritance secluded domain. Why did it come here for no reason? These two questions actually pointed to one crucial factor. Chapter 6:27. In true inheritance, secluded domain, no matter which true inheritance, they all had giant sun's will. Otherwise, how could the fated people who came here receive these true inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like challenging the trials in 88 Truyang building. Every round, if there was a Gu worm as a reward, these Gu worms were refined by giant sun's will earlier. The Gu masters successfully passed the rounds and obtained these Gu worms. The reason why they could instantly refine these Gu worms and keep them in the aperture was because giant sun's will inside the Gu worms took the initiative to give way. According to this logic, any Gu master who was willing to give their Gu worms to others could create the phenomenon of instant refinement. Previously, when giant sun's will was asleep, it caused the wild Gu worm refinement to be slow. Fang Yuan had used this loophole to curry favor with Truyang building. Every true inheritance was controlled by giant sun's will. The luck path true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyan earlier because of this. Now that the true inheritance was in Ma Hongyan's hands, it recognized itself as its master. This was not what giant sun's will wanted. Giant sun's will wanted nothing more than to control Ma Hongyan. How could he allow it to grow and become harder to control? Thus, the truth was revealed. The luck path true inheritance did not have a trace of giant sun's will. Giant sun's will took the initiative to leave, causing this supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Next, relying on the newly formed wild will, it submitted to Ma Hongyan. This created another problem. Why did giant sun's will suddenly leave for no reason? Fang Yuan thought of the second time he attacked, when he wanted to kill Ma Hongyan. Suddenly, out of nowhere, giant sun's will appeared out of nowhere. At this point, all the fog disappeared, like smoke in thin air. Fang Yuan used his third method to expel giant sun's will from Truyang building. Next, he entered Truyong Building and successfully convinced Tai by Yunqing to save Dang Hun Mountain. After that, he returned and attempted to control Imperial Court, Blessed Land. The second time he tried to kill Ma Hongyan, he was obstructed by giant suns that appeared out of nowhere. At that time, Feng Yuan was extremely puzzled. But now, he understood. This mysterious giant suns was drawn out from those true inheritances. Giant suns was also anxious. In order to turn the tide, he used this move. He had almost turned the tide with this move, but unfortunately for him, Feng Yuan was too decisive in his attacks and directly confronted him fiercely. In the end, only a small portion of Giant Sun's will, which was forcefully extracted, was left to control this checkpoint. In that case, this Luck Dao Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyan in time because of me? If I didn't pull out Giant Sun's will and send it outside the pagoda, if I did not brazenly clash with Giant Sun's will, how could there be such a scene now? Who would have thought that I would be stopped by myself on my third attempt? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan let out a long sigh, and the killing intent in his heart towards Ma Hongyan completely dissipated. The current Ma Hongyan, he was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, Feng Yuan wanted to break through this line of defense. It was impossible. Sai, I told you to save him, but you didn't listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed. Her tone was filled with resentment. If you had saved them and obtained Ma Hongyan's recognition, you would be like Zhao Lianyun, protected by the luck path true inheritance. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. Like a child, it does not have any internal defenses. Inside the luck path true inheritance, you can casually understand the true inheritance's contents. This is a supreme fortune, but you gave it up just like that. Helping Ma Hongyan would benefit. Dealing with Ma Hongyan, the benefit was the heavy injuries on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan sneered. Since he had done it, he did not have a trace of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries. At the same time, he said to Mo Yao, even if I cannot touch this luck path inheritance, do you think Giant Suns will sit and watch? This luck path true inheritance was one of the 3 supreme true inheritances in the true inheritance secret domain. How could Giant Suns will allow it to recognize him as its master like that? In Giant Sun's will's heart, giving the luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyan was not something he could not accept. But Ma Hongyan's heart belonged to the otherworldly demon. That was something he could not accept. Giant Sun's will was special. When his main body created it, he had given it the special meaning of, upon seeing otherworldly demons, he must use all his strength to kill them. Now that Zhao Lianyun was being protected by the luck path true inheritance, if Giant Sun's wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he had to get rid of the luck path true inheritance. Thus, the entire forest was enraged. Countless tree men rose from the ground and surrounded the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men even started to tangle with each other. Tree man roots intertwined, tree vines intertwined, slowly forming giant tree men. Every one of them was over 100 meters tall. Their aura caused even Feng Yuan to feel apprehensive. Giant Suns will used all his strength to kill Zhao Lianyun. Feng Yuan's retreat was rather smooth. Eliminating otherworldly demons was Giant Sun's will's first priority, especially the appearance of the luck path true inheritance. It attracted even more hatred. Feng Yuan, the threat, was still behind in terms of ranking. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could not deal with Feng Yuan for the time being. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Giant Sun's will's strength was limited. He could only focus on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Soon, Feng Yuan got close to the battle between Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was suppressed, but He Lulan was unable to obtain victory even if she wanted to. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing Gu immortal and also a flying master. The former made him proficient in battles of attrition, while the latter made him slippery and hard to approach. The battle between the two was in a deadlock. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were astonishing. The aftershocks of their battle affected the surrounding trees, causing the surroundings several li to be filled with signs of trees falling. "Senior brother Tai Bai, I'm here to help you," Fong Yuan shouted. The word senior brother immediately angered He Lulan. He immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because among the 5 regions, the other 4 regions all relied on clan inheritances. Only Central Continent had a sect system. He Lulan's eyes were wide open in anger. He roared like a bear. As expected of scoundrels who had planned this for a long time, "You two really hid yourselves deeply. Now that you have come out to court death, then I will grant you your wish." Saying so, he fiercely punched at Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng. Fist chi surged out violently. They turned into human silhouettes in the air. They all had the appearance of He Lulan. The 4 fist shadows split into 2. One of them rushed towards Tai Bai Yinsheng, while the other 3 concentrated on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was a mortal, while Tai Bai Yinsheng was a Gu immortal. But avoiding the strong and attacking the weak was the most common tactic. One of the 3 human silhouettes killed Fong Yuan, while the other prevented Tai Bai Yinsheng from going to help. "Retreat!" Tai Bai Yinsheng was shocked. He quickly warned. He was very clear about the power of this strength path killer move. When he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had received many gifts from Fong Yuan, adding many defensive Gu to his body. But after fighting for so long, Tai Bai Yinsheng did not have many defensive Gu worms left. He had sustained heavy injuries many times. It could be seen how powerful He Lulan's strength path killer move was. 3 human silhouettes. They rapidly approached with an imposing aura, causing intense winds to blow. Such a powerful killer move. Even Mo Yao's will in his mind gasped in admiration at this scene. Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move. Fong Yuan grinned. He was not flustered. Instead, he was filled with battle intent, eager to fight. "I will not use 4-arm Earth King, of course, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying so, he paused for a moment before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King!" Bam! A formless aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure filled the surrounding tens of li. Intense pain came, like waves crashing into one's heart. Fong Yuan, however, felt endless pleasure from it. His body expanded. His skin lost its luster and moisture, rapidly turning black. His defense rose sharply. In a short moment, he turned into a 6-meter tall giant. 6 thick, monstrous arms grew out of his back. The fingers were thick and sinister, each with their own unique characteristics, making people's hearts palpitate. The 3 human silhouettes charged towards Fong Yuan. Good timing. Fong Yuan grinned, facing them without fear. Punches and kicks collided. It was a direct clash without any fancy moves. Bam, bam, bam. The muffled sounds of explosions that sounded like muffled thunder continued without end. Be it Fong Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human silhouettes, they all had great momentum. Each attack could cause air to explode. Tai Bai Yinsheng looked back worriedly, but after a few breaths of time, his eyes slowly widened. Fong Yuan was just a mortal, but he could actually fight against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were evenly matched, but the 3 human silhouettes were intelligent after not being able to take him down for a long time. They actually coordinated and attacked Fong Yuan from the front, top left and bottom right respectively. Be careful! Tai Bai Yinsheng warned loudly. He had suffered from similar situations before. Fong Yuan laughed loudly, showing his heroic spirit. He activated his killer move. 6 monstrous arms grew, including his original 2 arms. He had a total of 8 arms. The 8 arms rotated. Fist shadows rained down like a storm, defending himself tightly. He completely blocked the attacks of the three human silhouettes from all directions. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it, this killer move. Hei Lolan's heart shook, her expression turning solemn. Sigh, half immortal battle strength. This is also a monster. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and sighed. He was surprised, but also not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was completely at ease. He quickly focused on dealing with the human silhouettes in front of him. He waved his sleeves. Countless lights flew out from his sleeves. Sawtooth wind blades, blazing blade lights, azure water pythons, golden silk cage nets, over 100 gooworms were activated by Tai Bai Yunxing at the same time. They were multicolored, blossoming like fireworks. The human silhouettes were shrouded by the fireworks. Their speed slowed down. They immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yunxing's attacks followed closely behind, unceasing. The attacks were dazzling like fireworks. They were shot out one after another. The human silhouettes had extraordinary intelligence. They actually knew how to fly in curves, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing similarly retreated. His attacks did not show any signs of stopping. He was a goo immortal. He had almost endless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just advanced to goo immortal and did not have enough goo worms, he would not have enough. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of goo worms were activated together, the attacks would be even more terrifying. Although the human silhouettes could dodge most of the attacks, under the rain-like attacks, they were constantly being whittled down. The silhouettes were visibly turning dim and illusory. But Hei Lolan's goal had already been achieved. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have any strong offensive methods. He could only slowly whittle down the human silhouettes. He was old and shrewd, but had a cautious nature. He did not engage in fierce clashes. He could not provide effective support to Fang Yuan. This was due to his nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the, as before, time path inheritance out of the 3 immortal path inheritances. However, even though Hei Lulan achieved his original goal, he did not feel happy, because he realized Fang Yuan did not need any support. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were attacking each other. 6-armed heavenly zombie king's thick defense was truly shocking. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was getting fiercer as he fought. His fists and legs were moving faster and faster. In the end, when the fists met, they actually formed a pitch-black shadow screen. The 3 human silhouettes gradually lost their strength in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 human silhouettes could not hold on any longer. They were blown up by Fang Yuan, turning into traces of fist chi and dissipating. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk, the battle intent in his heart surging like boiling water. Interesting. This killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But more importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His fist and leg technique is at master level. If it were someone else, they might not be able to display this killer move's power to such an extent. Hei Lulan licked his lips, his eyes shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The attack earlier was naturally not his full strength. It was only a probing attack. The battle with Tai Bai Yunxing made Hei Lulan feel extremely sullen, because Tai Bai Yunxing's main focus was to escape. But Hei Lulan could not keep up. He had no way to use his strength. Now that a tough opponent like Fang Yuan had appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying the 3 human silhouettes, Fang Yuan did not rashly attack. He floated on the spot. Both sides were thousands of steps apart, their gazes colliding fiercely. Stop fighting, come here and help. At this time, Hei Lulan suddenly heard Giant Sun's Will's instruction. But, old ancestor, Hei Lulan immediately hesitated, his battle intent becoming chaotic. Giant Sun Immortal had a very high status in his heart. This had nothing to do with his personality. It was the sense of honor that had been instilled in him since he was young. This had already become an important factor for He Lulan to affirm his own value. Don't care about them. Killing otherworldly demons and taking back the supreme luck path true inheritance is the most important thing. Giant Sons will spoke quickly. This is the only copy, this is the only luck path true inheritance left in this world. Even the longevity heaven did not leave behind any information on luck path. I am about to open the passage to the true inheritance, secluded domain. Go and help push the luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already under Giant Sons' will's control. There were as many tree men as there was an ocean of them. However, even if Giant Sons will had the ability to break the luck path true inheritance, he could not do this. Firstly, it would take too long and problems would arise. Chapter 6:28. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the situation was constantly changing, rising and falling. The terrifying were left behind by the rank 9 immortal Venerable Giant Son, who had once dominated the world and ruled over an era. Specially used to control 88-point Jinyang Tower, the undisputed victor of this Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, the current generation tribe leader of the super tribe He tribe, who had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique, He Lulan, the land spirit, frost, jade peacock, who stood at the center of Northern Plains for countless years, but was sealed for 10,000 years, the living legend who used almost all of his life to roam Northern Plains and heal the injured. His benevolent name was widely spread. He had a Gu immortal inheritance. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and possessed 2 mystical immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing and the owner of rank 7 of the top 10 mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, and now the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who possessed several immortal Gu, Owl Demon Gu Fong Yuan, who had been reborn after 500 years, favored by rank 8 fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu. He became a Gu immortal in Fong Yuan's previous life. He inherited Fairy Giant Son's inheritance, obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter, and became the great hero of Northern Plains, who resisted Central Continent's invasion. Recognized as an otherworldly demon by Giant Son's will, Fong Yuan became Ma Hongyan's wife in his previous life. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal who gave countless help to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Liyun also. The former rank 7 Gu immortal, refinement path grandmaster, 36th generation fairy of spirit affinity house, the mysterious will left behind after the death of Mo Yao, who schemed for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Each of these existences had their own thoughts, and each had their own goals. On the stage of this imperial court, blessed land that was on the verge of collapse, they clashed and competed intensely. They each had their own advantages and methods, as well as their own weaknesses and weaknesses. These were not outstanding geniuses, they were outstanding elites. They were not skilled in scheming. Working together meant that one's strength was immense and one's luck was overwhelming. Under the stimulation of life and death, under the temptation of huge benefits, these existences did not give it their all. They used all of their methods, taking drastic measures, staking it all on one throw, or working together to create ingenious arrangements. Thus, the situation was sometimes clear. Sometimes it was confusing. At this point, the competition between the various parties was still extremely chaotic. Only the Frost Jade Peacock would be eliminated first. The other people's every move would tilt the entire situation, so they couldn't be underestimated. It would greatly affect the final outcome. Now, the main body of Giant Sons was temporarily pulled out of the 88-point Jinyang Tower by Fong Yuan's trump card, and was struck by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Son's will's strength was the strongest. On one hand, the main will was trying to return. On the other hand, he was risking his life to bring out the true inheritances will clone. Regaining control of the checkpoint, his priority was to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. With the protection of the Luck Path True Inheritance, his life was temporarily saved. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng formed a temporary alliance and had a tentative confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent surged. He was about to fight with Fang Yuan, but at this time Giant Sons requested him to shift the battlefield to deal with Ma Hongyan and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan hesitated for a moment, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will. "I will let you off for now." He stared at Fang Yuan fiercely before flying away like lightning. Fang Yuan watched him leave. He floated in the air and did not pursue. Huff! Tai by Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Although he was a goo immortal, he was only proficient in healing, and he lacked a large number of mortal goo. His battle strength was inferior to ordinary goo immortals. After a battle of attrition, he finally killed the human phantom that was pestering him. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyan and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we join in? In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was the supreme inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal relied on it to dominate an era, becoming invincible in the world. To any Goo Master, this Luck Path True Inheritance was an incomparably huge temptation. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his left. Not far away from him, a whirlwind was gathering. "Be careful, He Lulan's fist chi. Even if it is scattered, it can still gather again," Tai by Yunsheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step and arrived in front of the whirlwind, smashing his fist down. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist chi was scattered again. More than half of the fist chi had dissipated, but the remaining fist chi was still persistently gathering. It was just that the amount left was too little. It could not take form. This Strength Path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Strength Path Phantoms were a long-range attacking method of Strength Path, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such an intelligent human Strength Phantom. This seemed to be an original creation. Even in the history of Goo Masters that Fang Yuan knew of, there were no similar records. It could be called He Lulan Strength Path Phantom. Most importantly, this He Lulan Strength Path Phantom, even if it was scattered, could still gather again. This simply had the meaning of endless pestering. He Lulan definitely did not use his full strength. If he could erupt with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, then the remnant fist chi could gather again. The might would be terrifying. If he could summon 30 human strength phantoms, then this Strength Path killer move would definitely be on par with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. In his mind, Mo Yao's will evaluated with a heavy tone. "What killer move is this? Do you have any recollection of it?" Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will shook his head. "I am not a Strength Path Goo Immortal. This killer move is extremely related to Soul Path and Chi Path. The thought process is very unique and innovative. It is very different from the style of the ancient times. I guess it should have been researched in this era." 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan, then perfected by Mo Yao. But there were so many geniuses in this world, they could be found everywhere. Fang Yuan was not the only one who could research a Strength Path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path in his previous life. Strength Path was only a secondary cultivation. Tree Man swarmed over, gathering into a green wave. Bo, a grand wave was created, attempting to drown Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance, it was like a huge golden egg, firmly protecting the two. Giant Sun's was cautious. He wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but he also needed to protect the one and only copy of Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan had just arrived. He hurriedly transmitted, "I will open the passage to true inheritance, secluded domain now. Help me push forward the luck path, true inheritance." He Lulan nodded. His majestic body shook as he punched with both fists, fist chi surging out. Bam, bam, bam. Continuous muffled sounds resounded. The air surged. Fist chi condensed into He Lulan's strength path phantoms one after another. 10, 20, 30, 40. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Tai Baiyunqing's expression turned pale, his eyes revealing intense wariness. 40 He Lulan's strength path phantoms pounced together. In a few blinks of an eye, they stood firmly around the luck path true inheritance. In the sky above the luck path true inheritance, a black crack suddenly appeared. Shortly after, the crack expanded, forming a huge circular passage. The passage was dark and deep, directly connecting to the true inheritance secluded domain. The strength path phantoms shouted together, stretching out their arms. They actually lifted Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree man also stretched out his huge claws, helping. Green python-like vines coiled over to help. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with dazzling light. The tree man melted like snow. The vines did not even last for 2 breaths of time before disappearing. The strength path phantoms continued to crumble, but soon after, they condensed again. He Lulan stood at the outer ring. He was the source of strength. It seemed to be endless. Large numbers of strength path phantoms surged forward one after another. They gushed out. Under his hard work, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from the circular passage above. Like a huge mouth, it attempted to swallow Giant Sun's true inheritance back into its stomach. They can actually form at the same time. So many strength path phantoms. What killer move is this? Tai Baiyunsheng cried out involuntarily when he saw this shocking scene from afar. Mo Yao's was also in his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, "Your strength path killer move specializes in close combat. He Lulan's killer move is the exact opposite of yours. It specializes in long-range combat. This killer move is on par with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lulan's hands, the battle strength it can erupt with is several times greater than yours." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique. But Fang Yuan did not. In legends, Gu masters with great strength, true martial physique not only had great strength, they also had endless strength and never lacked stamina. At the same time, their healing and recovery abilities were extremely shocking. Any strength path killer move, in the hands of a great strength, true martial physique, would display extraordinary battle strength. What do we do now? Tai Baiyunsheng stood beside Fang Yuan, his eyes squinting as he watched He Lulan compete with Giant Sun's true inheritance. His tone was filled with regret as he continued. "This is the supreme true inheritance. Giant Suns will want to bring it back into true inheritance, secluded domain. But unfortunately He Lulan is there. We cannot touch it." In his words, there was already a hint of He Lulan cannot be contended against. This was not surprising. Tai Baiyunqing's personality was like this. He would play it safe and not be radical. He would only risk his life if he was forced into a dead end. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, but laughed softly. "What do we do?" He answered his own question. "Of course we go to true inheritance, secluded domain." Tai Baiyunqing was astonished. True inheritance, secluded domain. Mo Yao's Will's body shook. He reacted and almost slapped his own thigh as he shouted in realization. Right, there are no traces of Giant Suns will in true inheritance, secluded domain now. Those true inheritances have all become ownerless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will. Thus, he could only use the token in his hand to obtain the true inheritance. But now it was different. Giant Sun's will was completely drawn out. A wild young will was born in the true inheritance. As long as he controlled it properly, he could refine it on his own. But you don't have much time left. Giant Sun's mane will outside the tower will return soon. This amount of time is probably only enough for you to take one true inheritance. Mo Yao's were reminded. Fong Yuan, which true inheritance should you take? You need to think about it clearly. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing had also thought through this. He asked another crucial question. This round is already under Giant Sun's will's control. How do we enter true inheritance, secluded domain? The moment he said this, Fong Yuan took out fixed immortal travel immortal goo. This immortal goo had been given to Tai by Yunxing for safekeeping. Thus he was not surprised. His gaze focused on Fong Yuan. If I remember correctly, although fixed immortal travel is good, it can only take one person, right? That's right. Fong Yuan nodded. So open your immortal aperture and let me enter. I will transmit the scenes of true inheritance, secluded domain to you through thoughts. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his forehead. I almost forgot. I am already a Gu Immortal. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals were also called Blessed Lands. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were all immortal apertures with vast space inside, like small worlds. Tai Bai Yunxing's Tai by Blessed Land was no exception. Immediately, Fong Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing and entered the immortal aperture, instilling the thoughts of true inheritance, secluded domain scenes. Tai Bai Yunxing activated fixed immortal travel Gu. How could Giant Sun's will stop him? He could only let him enter true inheritance, secluded domain first. True inheritance, secluded domain was in chaos. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills. They were like headless flies, rampaging around. From time to time, they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache. Quickly make your choice, Fong Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fong Yuan, he did not have much time left. He could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fong Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme, true inheritance. Fong Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were 3 supreme, true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear. When Fong Yuan entered true inheritance, secluded domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled. Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized. This is the best time to seize control of 88-point Jinyang Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Lianyun. He exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this. As long as he could take control of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, no matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 6:29. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved forward in the true inheritance secret realm. The pitch-black true inheritance secret realm no longer had its previous order and tranquility. It was all because giant suns had been drawn out, causing the tens of true inheritances to become ownerless. And in a very short period of time, wild wills were born. These true techniques were like colorful meteors, flying at high speed in this dark space, interweaving with each other to form a huge net of light. Another true legacy suddenly rushed over from Feng Yuan's front left. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It emitted a dazzling silver light. It almost brushed past Feng Yuan. The brilliant silver light shone on Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing's faces. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with solemnity and nervousness. These true inheritances had extraordinary power. They all had their own mysteries. Almost all of the goo worms contained within were immortal goo. Neither Feng Yuan nor Tai Baiyunqing could afford it. Especially now, the true inheritances were being led by new wild wills, who knew when the power of immortal goo would erupt. It was completely unpredictable. Shuttling through this place was like dancing on a tightrope of death. The speed of these true disciples is getting faster and faster. Haven't you found the target yet? Tai Baiyunqing shouted at Feng Yuan, but his voice was trembling. Soon, Feng Yuan replied. He also felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. Even though he was a flying master with superb skills, he still felt the pressure. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Not good, hide quickly. Mo Yao's will in Feng Yuan's mind hurriedly warned. Not far ahead, two true inheritances collided, and in the intense sound waves, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Before Tai Baiyunqing could feel his heart ache, his face turned pale. The collision changed the original flight direction of the two inheritances, causing one of them to be bright yellow. Towards the two of them, at the crucial moment, Tai Baiyunqing quickly activated all of his defensive goo worms, setting up over 100 defensive lines around Feng Yuan and himself. The true inheritors were ferociously charging over, crushing all the defensive lines with ease. However, during this slight delay, Tai Baiyunqing managed to gain some crucial time. It allowed Feng Yuan and himself to have a time shift. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the eardrums of the two. The true inheritance meteor left behind a beautiful flame tail as it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 steps away from Feng Yuan and Zhang Xian. Most of my defensive goo worms have been destroyed. Tai Baiyunqing's expression was miserable. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat. Tai Baiyunqing wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan frowned. He had long understood Tai Baiyunqing's temperament. The older a person was, the more timid they became. Tai Baiyunqing lacked the adventurous spirit to fight. He could heal others, but life and death struggles were not his forte. Just as Feng Yuan was preparing words to rouse Tai Baiyunqing's fighting spirit, Mo Yao's will suddenly screamed in his mind. Look, it's above your heads. It's right above your heads. We found it. Feng Yuan's mind was roused as he looked up. Sure enough, he saw a supreme true inheritance flying slowly. The true inheritance light lump speed was not fast. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult. Its whole body silently emitted an orange-red light, giving people a warm feeling. The surrounding true inheritances, when it flew near, it would take the initiative to detour and change its direction. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He called out to Tai Baiyunqing. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you, hold on. Yi Lui Sang's eyes were red. He shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden-horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Louisang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal gu. The golden-horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding gu masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Louisang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Oh, Yi Louisang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless, and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai by Yunsheng ascended to go immortal. Then Imperial Court, Blessed Land, was destroyed. The 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc. And finally, 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Louisang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ma Yingjie, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong, and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Imperial Court, Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Sons took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Louisang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard Round. When Fang Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sons out of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Without Giant Sons controlling the round, large numbers of golden-horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Louisang and the others. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden, sand-like Giant Sons wrapped around the tower like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 True Yang building and Giant Sons within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. Crack! A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into Giant Sons' will. Snow were tribulation lightning. Giant Sons roared in anger. From this ruthless attack, large numbers of Giant Sons' wills were destroyed. On the golden, sand-like armor, a huge wound was revealed. This snow war tribulation lightning had unparalleled power. It was extraordinary. Gu immortals saw it, and their expressions changed. This was one of the publicly recognized 10 great catastrophes. Just this attack alone destroyed an unknown number of Giant Sons' wills. But Giant Sons was ultimately left behind by an immortal Venerable. Its foundation was extremely strong. On the golden, sand-like armor, the wound was quickly mended and healed. Just that, other than the snow or tribulation lightning, there were still flying needles, explosive hailstones, heartless wind scythes, etc. These changes, originally there were none. When Tai by Yunsheng ascended, he left behind the heavenly calamity chaotic lightning ball, the earthly calamity shackling smoke signal, and the 10-year blizzard calamity. The heavenly calamity and earthly calamity continued to pour down, as though it carried the majestic anger of the world. Giant Sons resisted with all his might. The losses were heavy. Soon, in just half a minute, I will be able to break through the obstruction and enter 88-point Jinyang Tower again. To actually dare to chase me out of the tower and lock me outside. I will peel off your skin and bones, grind your bones into ashes, and make you wish you were dead. Giant Sons thought of Fang Yuan. He had already escaped from his anger. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was still a small portion of Giant Sun's will. Right now, it was controlling the Tree Man round, wholeheartedly activating Tree Man, trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back into true inheritance, secluded domain. Be gentle, don't be too rough. This is the only copy in the world. Giant Suns will continue to take care of Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan was extremely angry, but she could only be gentle. Giant Sun Immortal only left behind one luck path true inheritance. If it was destroyed, it could no longer be restored. Precisely because of this, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive for now. The two of them hugged each other tightly, helplessly looking at the huge light ball of the luck path true inheritance being pushed into the circular passage above their heads. Even though in Fang Yuan's previous life they were both famous people, they had both become Gu Immortals. But right now they were too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu Master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started on her cultivation path. Tai Bai Yunsheng and that Changshan Yin have disappeared. They have all disappeared. Hei Lulan could not help but remind them as they were about to succeed. Ever since Fang Yuan disappeared, he had been feeling uneasy. No need to care about them. In a while, my main bodies will return. At that time, even if 2 or 3 more Gu Immortals come, they will not be able to do anything. Now, send the luck path true inheritance into true inheritance, secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and have no substance. Only there can truly imprison these Gu worms. Giant Sun's will's voice resounded in Hei Lulan's ears. Hei Lulan nodded, giving a low shout and exerting strength. At once, 50 strength path phantoms appeared. These strength path phantoms had extraordinary intelligence. They all pounced towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light of the true inheritance, they pushed it up together. The luck path true inheritance was finally pushed into true inheritance, secluded domain by this force. The passageway closed. Success. Giant Suns will let out a breath of turbid air. Almost at the same time, the majestic main bodies will also charged in from outside the tower. Giant Sun's will, who was in charge of the Tree Man round, returned. The two fused into one, immediately sharing their memories. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main bodies will roared with a vengeance. Greetings to Ancestor. Hei Lulan bowed deeply, showing a joyful expression. The main bodies was like a small sun, shining over 10,000 li with awe-inspiring might. It could be said that Hei Lulan had helped Giant Suns a lot. Giant Suns was just about to praise him when he suddenly shouted in anger, "You are courting death! You actually want to refine my 88-point Jinyang Tower." In Truyang's secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stretched out their palms, pressing on the true inheritance light lump. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. "Quick, just a little more, and we will succeed." In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Chapter 630. In true inheritance, secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on the left and right, their four palms tightly grasping the supreme true inheritance. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will, along with the fact that Giant Suns will had been drawn out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were able to come into contact with the true inheritance. The most crucial point was that there was no primeval energy in true inheritance, secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could directly absorb the primeval energy in the surrounding air and activate themselves. Without primeval energy, most wild Gu would lose their power. This was also one of the reasons why Giant Suns wanted to push Giant Suns' luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance, secluded domain. The original supreme true inheritance was emitting a warm orange red light. Right now, in Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's hands, there were 3 colors. Silver white occupied the main body. It was refined by Tai Bai Yinsheng using a Gu Immortal's will. The second color was Fong Yuan's gray. The third color was Mo Yao's black. Silver white was the most common, followed by gray and black. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It had an extremely large number of Gu worms. Fong Yuan and the rest had no choice but to go all out to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower as soon as possible. It could be said, be it Fong Yuan or Tai Bai Yinsheng, they had given it their all. Just a bit more, put in more effort. Tai Bai Yinsheng shouted anxiously, "Giant Suns will return to Truyang Building." Its angry roar was heard by the three. The adult size ball of light only had a trace of orange-red color left. As long as this color corrosion was engulfed, 88-point Jinyang Tower would have a new owner. The battle situation would greatly lean towards Fong Yuan's side, but at the last moment, Giant Suns will attacked furiously. The will left behind by an immortal Venerable was truly extraordinary. Together with this will, it was the owner of 88-point Jinyang Tower to begin with. In an instant, the last trace of orange was replaced by a dazzling golden light. Seeing this color, Fong Yuan and the others' hearts sank. This meant that Giant Suns will had refined the last bit of space. Youngsters, you guys are really audacious. How dare you set your sights on the 88-point Jinyang Tower? I will make you pay the heaviest price in the world. From the ball of light in his hand, the roar of Giant Suns will resounded. Quick! Giant Suns will is only a sliver. Let's do our best and attack together. We must exterminate him. Fong Yuan roared. Tai Bai Yinsheng was sweating profusely. There was no need for anyone to remind him. He already knew what was most important at hand. The two of them shouted and exerted their strength at the same time, stirring up the army of thoughts. They launched a fierce charge towards the last shred of ground. Giant Sun's will's roar came to an abrupt stop as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Fong Yuan and the rest. Although his main body was huge, he had only refined a sliver of the true inheritance, and the ground he occupied was too little. Even with the vast and majestic military strength, it far surpassed the Will Alliance army of Fong Yuan and the rest. But without a spacious area to spread out the military strength, the battle strength they could display was not even a 10,000th of the main body. The newly born wild will in the supreme true inheritance had already been completely destroyed. The true inheritance light orb was quiet. It became a battlefield for Fong Yuan and the rest to fight against Giant Sun's will. A contest of wills. They had their own mystical skills. But be it Fong Yuan or Tai Bai Yinsheng, they were not true soul path Gu masters. Fong Yuan could be said to have only learned it recently, while Tai Bai Yinsheng was even more of a novice and could only rely on his instincts to activate his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal's soul path attainment, it was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, the enemy was only using the special will he had left behind. Thus, the battle of wills was not fancy at all. The moment the battle started, it was a head-on clash, a clash of blood and iron. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fong Yuan and the rest had suffered heavy losses in their wills. Giant Sun's will's camp was small, not even 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it did not budge. Giant Sun's main body's will was vast and majestic, and his military strength was endless. Every bit he lost, he would immediately replenish it. In contrast, Fong Yuan and the rest, although they had the advantage of having a spacious camp, their military strength was low, and soon they were unable to continue. Oh no, we cannot get rid of Giant Sun's will. The situation is over. Tai Bai Yinsheng's expression was deathly pale. The combined attack just now was their most powerful method, but it had no effect. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly. Fong Yuan and the rest lacked backup, and after enduring the most intense attack, it started to expand. On the true inheritance light lump, the golden color was expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan and the rest stared with wide eyes, staring at it. They used all their strength, but could only slow down the expansion speed of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was too terrifying. Even though he had been ambushed time and time again, a large portion of his will had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside Truyang Building. But the remaining portion, to Fang Yuan and the rest, was still as large as a mountain. This was the huge difference in strength, like a chasm between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Bai Yunqing's tone was heavy. This is only a portion of the will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. It is hard to imagine how powerful was the immortal Venerable when he was still alive. Damn it, there is only one last step left. Mo Yao's will hugged her head. Her voice was mixed with sobs. She was extremely regretful. If we were a step earlier, with just 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. He clenched his teeth. He did not give up and said fiercely, "Based on the current situation, we will not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will, and will be swallowed by him sooner or later. But we have not lost yet. Don't forget, there is still the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside Truyang Building." "You are saying?" Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He instantly lost his voice. His temperament was weak, but he was not stupid. After being reminded by Fang Yuan, he immediately understood. "That's right. If I cannot obtain it, others can forget about obtaining it. Since we cannot obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower, we might as well destroy it." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. His tone was ice-cold, causing people to shiver. "This is 88-point Jinyang Tower." Mo Yao shouted, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker. She had to admit, this was the best way to get out of this predicament. Giant Sun's will had finally killed his way into true inheritance, secret domain. "You 2 little things, you actually dare to force me to this extent. 2 scheming scoundrels. Your good days have come to an end. You have committed heinous crimes. Death is letting you off lightly. I will let you live a life worse than death. I will tear open your flesh, pull out your tendons, and let you bleed. I'm going to roast your souls in flames and let you taste endless pain at all times." The golden sand-like will roared like the sea, creating huge waves. He had been schemed against by Fang Yuan time and time again, and was bombarded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Giant Sun's will's anger had already reached its peak. He swore to exterminate the culprit Fang Yuan. Compared to the golden waves, Fang Yuan and the others were as tiny as ants. The flying true inheritances were engulfed by the golden waves, causing waves to explode, but they soon disappeared. Giant Sun's will controlled these true inheritances. They were once again in his hands. But most goo worms needed primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated. Giant Sun's will alone could not use them. Right now, the majority of 88-point Jinyang Tower was controlled by Fang Yuan and the others. As long as Giant Sun's will was not allowed to obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. "Let's begin," Fang Yuan shouted, his eyes shining with brilliance. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach dispelled Tai Bai Yunqing's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's war chariot. He could only bite the bullet and follow. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally shining brightly, but as Fang Yuan and the others moved, the light quickly dimmed until it disappeared. The golden sea of fury suddenly stopped. The next moment, Giant Sun's will furiously roared. "Bastards! You actually stopped 88-point Jinyang Tower's operation. You damnable group of despicable and shameless scoundrels!" Earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower, although it had a new wild will, it was too young and was still operating according to its inertia. But now, Fang Yuan and the others had refined most of Truyang Tower and purposely stopped it from operating. No matter how strong a fortress was, it could not resist the collapse of its interior. Although 88-point Jinyang Tower did not collapse, it had stopped operating. Only its shape was left, it no longer had any power. Without power, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan and the others could ignore 88-point Jinyang Tower. In any case, if this situation continued, they would not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. But Giant Sons could not ignore it. This was an inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. For the benefit of his descendants, he had to have this item. Giant Sons was left behind by the Immortal Venerable's main body to manage 88-point Jinyang Tower. How could he watch as True Yang Tower was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden, sand-like sea of Will abruptly retreated. The vast Giant Sons was like seawater, gushing out of the tower and forming a golden armor-like defense. To protect the fragile 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sons had no choice but to endure the destructive bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again. But it did not completely retreat. It still left behind a will that surged like a river, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic, raging sea earlier, although this will was strong, he could barely deal with it. Fang Yuan barely managed to free one hand and took out a goo from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Fang Yuan willed and casually tossed it. Flying Bear Phantom Goo flew forward and blossomed with a magnificent white light. After the white light dissipated, a huge flying bear protected Fang Yuan and the others, blocking the river of will. Damn it, it is Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Giant Sons cursed fiercely. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was rather special. Although it was an immortal goo, it could be activated with just a thought without the need for immortal essence. It was difficult to refine and difficult to feed. It had to consume the fresh flesh of a desolate beast flying bear every time. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had who immortal blessed land and could communicate with jewel yellow skies. Thus he could feed this immortal goo. Even so, he had to pay a huge price. Chapter 631. Although the Flying Bear Illusion's battle strength was not as terrifying as a real flying bear, it definitely had the battle strength of a half-immortal. Most importantly, it looked huge and fat, but its movements were extremely fast and agile. Giant Sun's River of Will twisted left and right, attempting to bypass the Flying Bear Illusion and directly attack Fang Yuan and the rest, securing victory. But it was still blocked by the Flying Bear Illusion. The Flying Bear Illusion, even without Fang Yuan's control, had its own intelligence and was extremely cunning. It could fight on its own. Who? The huge fat bear paw fiercely smashed down, bringing with it the sound of wind. Bang! The golden, sand-like Giant Sons was smashed by the bear paw, turning into golden sparks and dissipating in the air. But it was only a branch. The golden river of Giant Sons was like a giant python, tightly coiling around the Flying Bear Illusion. At the same time, it split into countless branches, attacking the Flying Bear Illusion. Both sides were in a deadlock. No one could do anything to the other. Giant Sons split and recombine. Changing at will, the Flying Bear Illusion was unable to restrain it. But Giant Sons was also entangled, unable to deal with the most crucial person, Fang Yuan. Giant Sons had inherited part of the Immortal Venerable's battle intelligence. It judged the situation and clearly understood. To kill Fang Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the River of Will. But the remaining half was not the Flying Bear Illusion's match. If it forcefully attacked, it would be giving up the initiative. If Fang Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light ball, he would be stalling for time. When the Flying Bear Illusion destroyed Giant Sons that was entangled with it, then the situation would be dangerous. The disadvantage of randomly splitting up, Giant Sons had tasted it before when he took out the true inheritance secret domain. At that time, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token in his hand to fight against a small portion of Giant Sun's will. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, resulting in Giant Sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but was only able to take back the Tree Man stage. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He maintained the true inheritance light ball, delaying the expansion of Giant Sun's will while observing the battle. If Giant Sun's will split up to attack, that would be good. Unfortunately, it didn't make the same mistake twice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, seeing that the battle between Giant Sun's will and the Flying Bear illusion was in full swing. But there were no signs of them splitting up. He could only sigh in his heart. If his opponent didn't make any mistakes, Fang Yuan's situation would become more and more dangerous. Now, the majority of Giant Suns will rush out of the building, resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protect 88-point Jinyang Tower. Only 2 parts were left. The other part was entangled with the phantom of the Flying Bear. The other part was fighting against Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's wills, refining the 88-point Jinyang Tower nonstop. The supreme inheritance that represented the ownership of the 88-point Jinyang Tower originally only had a trace of gold color. But now, the golden light had expanded to the size of a palm. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had already squeezed out all of their potential, and their bodies were trembling. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. But it was hard to resist the momentum of Giant Sun's will's expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly too powerful. While resisting, Tai Bai Yunxing felt as though he was facing a towering mountain, helpless and hopeless. Even a demon with an iron will like Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of dejection in his heart. If the situation continued to develop like this, sooner or later, Giant Sun's will would succeed in expanding and regain control of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would definitely die a tragic death. He had to do something. However, Fang Yuan was already trapped in this supreme true inheritance and could not leave. His greatest battle strength was the Flying Bear Phantom Gu, and he had already used it. Tai Bai Yunxing was a temporary ally that he had deceived. But like Fang Yuan, they were already fighting side by side against Giant Sun's will and could not free themselves. It could be said that other than Spring, Autumn, Cicada, Fang Yuan had used up all his trump cards. Do I really have to activate Spring, Autumn, Cicada again? A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, but soon he rejected the idea. Spring, Autumn, Cicada is not an immortal Gu with guaranteed success. There is a chance of failure. The Black Death luck on me is so deep. Once I self-detonate, my remaining will retreat into Spring, Autumn, Cicada and return to the River of Time. I will definitely be in danger. There is not even a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. How could he get out of this predicament? Sigh. Fang Yuan, we cannot do this. Let's retreat. If we use fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested from the side. Did he really have to retreat? Not to mention the fact that he did not care. Giant Sun's could quickly gain control of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. By then, with his obstruction, would he still be able to activate fixed immortal travel? Even if he successfully retreated, would he be willing? Fang Yuan was not willing. He had schemed for too long. He had schemed and schemed for so long. He had almost won. The immense wealth and benefits were right in front of him. But just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I really am not willing. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyan. I have no cards in my hands, but I can use this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He flapped his wings and flew away with the supreme, true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Just follow me. Fang Yuan only replied. Fixed immortal travel was in his arms. He had refined it again. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to retreat, without Fang Yuan's cooperation, there was nothing he could do. Don't even think of escaping. The river-like Giant Suns roared, dispersing and dispersing. but soon condensing back into one, bypassing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng. The flying bear phantom reacted and chased after them. Fang Yuan sneered, changing his direction. After the three sides exchanged positions, the flying bear phantom was behind Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan fought and moved, both sides fought and stopped. At times, the river-like giant suns would rush to the front. At other times, Fang Yuan would bypass it and use the flying bear phantom to obstruct it. This journey was more daunting than dangerous, although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around randomly. But because of the supreme true inheritance's might, they did not dare to get close. Relying on the flying bear phantom's cover, the river-like giant suns could not do anything to Fang Yuan's footsteps. He could only stall for time. But Fang Yuan's situation was the same. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not do anything to the other part of Giant Sun's will, refining 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the battle of wills, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were at a disadvantage. The golden light was steadily expanding. Their defeat was only a matter of time. So you're here. When Fang Yuan finally saw the luck path true inheritance, he raised his head and laughed. What do you want to do? The river-like will of Giant Sun behind him asked. The river-like Giant Suns felt something was amiss and shouted in fear. Tai Bai Yunsheng also turned to look at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Say, the collision of two supreme true inheritances. What will be the consequences? Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright. Fang Yuan's craziness made his heart palpitate. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized, this is truly a good idea. He and Fang Yuan were riding a tiger and could not back down. The true inheritance light orb in their hands was extremely troublesome. If they let it go, they would die. If they did not let it go, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances clashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The consequences were so severe that even Giant Suns lost his composure. Don't come over. Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly hugged in his embrace. On this stage, they were the weakest. If not for their luck being too good, they would have been killed in the intense battle. Under a lucky coincidence, the luck path true inheritance became their guardian angel, but it was pushed into the true inheritance, secluded domain. Into the true inheritance, secluded domain. The threat of the luck path true inheritance fell to rock bottom. Giant Suns had to deal with the otherworldly demon. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. If not for Giant Suns being concerned about preserving the luck path true inheritance and being pressured by Fang Yuan, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao Lianyun long ago. Ma Hongyun being able to come here safely could be said to be thanks to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng. But now, Fang Yuan dragged the supreme true inheritance and took the initiative to rush here. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body trembled. Through the translucent barrier, she could see the cold smile on Fang Yuan's face. No, you can't do this. Quickly stop! The river-like Giant Suns behind him shouted. It was panicking. Once the two supreme true inheritances clashed, both sides would suffer heavy losses. At that time, not only would the luck path true inheritance be destroyed, even the 88-point Jinyang Tower would suffer immeasurable damage. The river-like Giant Suns surged intensely. The thoughts that formed started to self-destruct. The Golden River released a dazzling radiance. Its battle strength increased by 50%. The flying bear image roared in anger. It was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan frowned. The situation was dire. He had no choice but to split some of his attention and personally command the flying bear image to fight. 500 years of battle experience was not for show. Under his command, the flying bear image became even more agile. Disregarding its injuries, it managed to block the river-like Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. If you want to deal with Ma Hongyan, don't forget that he has fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. As long as you have enmity towards him, your luck will plummet. Even if you have half immortal battle strength, if you continue to resist, how long can you last? The river-like giant sons will saw that it could not break through and shouted again. Fang Yuan, giant sons will is right. You need to be careful. Mo Yao's will also said. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. There was no hesitation in his heart. Riches were found in danger. To Fang Yuan, only by winning amidst the chaos would he have a chance of survival. The two supreme true inheritances were already less than 1,000 steps away from each other. But right at this time, space rippled as dozens of figures were teleported into true inheritance, secluded domain. They directly appeared on Fang Yuan's flying path. They were all familiar faces. Yi Lui Sang, Gu Guolong, Bian Xixian. The person in the lead was burly. His fists were like alms bowls. He looked at Fang Yuan with a sinister smile. So you are called Fang Yuan? Ancestor Giant Sun has already announced your crimes to the public. Your scheme has been foiled. Everything ends here. Leave your lives behind. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He could not free himself now. He had to use all his strength to block Giant Sun's will from refining the supreme, true inheritance. He Lulan and the others had appeared too quickly. At the final juncture, it became a fatal blow. Ha ha ha. The river-like Giant Sons will laughed loudly. You came at the right time. It did not stint on praising He Lulan and the others. This was definitely the main will who had taken the time to inform this group of reinforcements. During normal times, He Lulan and the others' battle strength was not even worth mentioning to Giant Sun's will. But at this moment, they had become his last hope. They were the most crucial chips that could tip the balance between the two sides. Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are dead meat this time. The river-like Giant Sons will shouted, slowing down his attacks. The initiative was once again in the hands of Giant Sun's side. We lost. Tai Bai Yunsheng heaved a long sigh. Turning to look at Fang Yuan, he forced himself to raise his spirits. Junior brother, enter my immortal aperture. We will retreat. I have immortal essence. You have fixed immortal travel, and Giant Sun's will is being held back by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is already too late. Once we let go, 88-point Jinyang Tower will fall into Giant Sun's will's control. This tower has the ability to absorb immortal goo. It can cover the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failure. Of course I know this. Tai Bai Yunqing's tone was anxious, but only by taking a gamble will we have a chance of survival. If we delay any longer, we will lose this opportunity. We won't even have this chance anymore. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he looked at the supreme, true inheritance in his hand. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden light had already occupied 1/3 of the light lump's volume. It was expanding faster and faster. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. To think that we still reached this step. Sigh, if not for the situation, I would not have used this move. Junior brother, you still had a method? Tai Bai Yunqing heard this and was surprised, joyful, and suspicious. Chapter 632. At this moment, true inheritance, secluded domain. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun depended on each other. Under the protection of the luck path supreme true inheritance, they looked on in fear. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing controlled the supreme true inheritance that represented 88-point Jinyang Tower. In between the two, He Lulan and the rest were in the middle, forming a firm line of defense. Behind Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, the river-like Giant Sun's will and the flying bear phantom were entangled. Even further away, Giant Sun's mane was enveloping 88-point Jinyang Tower. resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting Giant Sun's inheritance. Hearing that Fang Yuan had a backup plan, Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. He urged, "Junior brother, what backup plan do you have? Quickly use it." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Senior brother Tai Bai, the situation has forced me to use this backup plan. I have no choice but to do so. I hope you can protect me at the crucial moment. You and I are from the same sect. This is only natural." Tai Bai Yunxing immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded, instructing, "Senior brother, Giant Suns will originate from Giant Sun Immortal. Do not underestimate it. If it tries to instigate us, I will not be able to explain myself. Do not believe it." Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, "Junior brother, we are family. There is no need to say anything else. You can be at ease. But from your tone, you seem to have a lot of reservations about this backup plan. If you are not confident, let's use fixed immortal travel and retreat." Fang Yuan smiled, revealing a confident expression. "Ha ha! Senior brother, don't worry. This backup plan has unparalleled power. Even Giant Sun's mane will suffer. Watch carefully." The two did not use goo worms to conceal their conversation. Everyone present was an expert. They heard it clearly. They were shocked and bewildered. To be able to make Giant Sun's mane will suffer a setback. Just what is it? He Lulan frowned. He looked rough, but he was actually very shrewd. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes and slowly retracted his palms that were tightly pressed against the supreme successor skill. His withdrawal instantly increased the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing by several folds. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked by Fang Yuan's actions, but fortunately, Fang Yuan had taken care of him previously, so he hurriedly used all his strength to resist the ferocious expansion of Giant Sun's will. "Junior martial brother, quickly use your trump card. I can't hold on any longer." Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Sweat dripped down from his forehead and face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the supreme true inheritance had expanded to the size of a wash basin. How fast it was! "Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Seeing this, He Lulan and the rest didn't dare to rush forward. However, after waiting for more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan still didn't release any terrifying attacks. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Both sides didn't speak. Only the whistling sounds of the true inheritances flying could be heard, and occasionally the sounds of true inheritances colliding with each other could be heard. Damn it, we were tricked. Yi Lui Sang was furious. This scoundrel who disguised as Changshan Yin is very cunning. He is clearly at his wit's end and has exhausted all his tricks. But he still pretends to be unfathomable. Everyone go, kill this audacious schemer. At the side, Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong shouted. But as the leader, He Lulan didn't move. Not only did he not move, his expression turned solemn. "Don't tell me." Tai Bai Yunxing also looked at Fang Yuan in bewilderment. He was the closest to Fang Yuan, feeling a formless heavenly power suddenly forming and wrapping around Fang Yuan, lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of this mighty power of the heavens and earth. It was because he had personally experienced it not long ago. "Junior brother, you are actually shattering your aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal now." Tai Bai Yunxing's words shocked everyone present. Gu masters transcend mortals and step onto the path of immortals. It was a risk with a slim chance of survival. Fang Yuan was actually shattering his aperture in this dangerous situation, attempting to ascend to Gu Immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose in his head? He can't even see the most basic situation. Is he stupid? Could it be that he can't see any hope of victory and is using this special method to seek death? At once, Yi Lui Sang and the rest were filled with doubts. But at the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar resounded in the whole true inheritance, secluded domain. "Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death." You actually shattered your aperture at this moment and triggered the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You actually have such evil intentions, wholeheartedly wanting to destroy Truyong Building. Descendants, quickly kill this sinner. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have already started to change. Oh, different from his previous roars, this time, other than overflowing anger, Giant Sun's Will's voice was mixed with panic. The fusion of many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was far from a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The 10-year blizzard disaster affected the whole of northern plains. Although it had a large area, its power was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special regions to endure it. When Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to go immortal, he left behind chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke. These were the most effective at restraining wills, and were only slightly troublesome to Giant Sun's will. But after these two fused together, Snow or Tribulation Lightning was created. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This Tribulation Lightning's power was terrifying. Giant Suns will had to pay a huge price to resist it. Now, on the foundation of Snow or Tribulation Lightning, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added. Once these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities fused, a new transformation would occur, and its power would be unparalleled. Even Giant Suns will felt fear. After all, it was only a special will left behind by an immortal Venerable. Even though it could kill go immortals, under the might of heaven and earth, it paled in comparison. Quick, Ancestor has spoken, let's attack together. Come with me, let's kill the two of them. Warriors of northern plains, crush these two outsiders into dregs. He Lulan and the rest were awakened by Giant Sun's will's command and charged over. Before they arrived, all kinds of goo worms had already unleashed their majestic attacks. Strength path phantoms, sinister fire snakes, sharp sword lights, pure white frost and snow. All kinds of attacks converged together, forming a beautiful and multicolored smoke. Fatal killing intent assaulted him. But Tai Bai Yunxing could not divert his attention. He was doing his best to resist the expansion of Giant Suns while in the true inheritance light lump. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and mobilized the Flying Bear Phantom, activating a killer move at the same time. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. In an instant, he turned into an 8-armed monster, his aura surging, his fighting spirit soared. The Flying Bear Phantom howled miserably, using its huge body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks of He Lulan and the rest. The river-like Giant Suns will regained its freedom, immediately pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan protected Tai by Yunsheng, not dodging or evading. He faced the river-like Giant Suns will head-on. Boom! The two fiercely collided. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and boundless golden light burst out. A large number of special wills shattered and dissipated. Fang Yuan was heavily injured. 6 of his 8 arms were broken, his chest was caved in, and his right calf had disappeared without a trace. One of his eyes was also completely blinded. Fang Yuan, you will die for sure this time. You actually ascended to immortal now. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of an immortal Venerable? Humph. Since you are seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. The river-like Giant Suns will gathered into the shape of a giant python, coiling into a ball. After accumulating strength, its whole body shone with a threatening golden radiance. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Not replying, the terrifying injuries on his body were rapidly recovering at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie. His sense of pain was completely gone, and he was using death energy to replace life energy. Thus his recovery speed rose sharply. There was no need for any rank 5 healing goo. Boom, 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 intense explosions resounded one after another. Fang Yuan and the river-like Giant Suns will engaged in an intense battle. Scoundrel, get down here. During the battle, Giant Suns will changed according to his will. suddenly turning into a huge hand and ruthlessly grabbing Fang Yuan's back. Swoosh! The eagle wings on Fang Yuan's back were torn apart. They were torn apart, forming two huge gashes that revealed the pale white bones. Eagle Rai's gu was destroyed. Fang Yuan suffered such heavy injuries, but his body did not move. He suddenly twisted his waist and turned around. The strength was so great that only a cracking sound could be heard. His lumbar vertebrae were directly broken. Fang Yuan did not care about his injuries. He raised his bull-sized fist and punched towards Giant Sunswill. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, intense winds blew. Fist shadows flew everywhere, like a fierce dragon crossing the river, or a fierce tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. The huge hand formed by Giant Sunswill had not even had time to split apart when it was hit by this fierce attack. A vast number of wills were shattered. It similarly suffered heavy injuries. Like a colorful golden rain, Fang Yuan's figure shot out like lightning. Giant Sunswill was about to counterattack, but Fang Yuan was already no longer far away. He roared in anger. Fang Yuan did not linger to fight. He was as calm as ice, never letting his fighting spirit get to his head. The injuries on his body rapidly recovered. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. The pressure from the battle with Giant Sunswill was like a mountain. He had already used all his strength, but this was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had faced since his rebirth. The two sides regained their footing, and after a few breaths of time, they fought again. So what if you are an immortal gu? Die! On another battlefield, He Lolan's shout could be heard. Dozens of strength path phantoms suddenly returned, possessing He Lolan's body. He Lolan's true body and the strength path phantoms fused together, turning into a phantom giant in the blink of an eye. The giant was over 30 meters tall. It had bulging muscles. It was vivid and lifelike. Its appearance was exactly the same as He Lolan. Taste my killer move. The strength path phantom giant's voice was loud like thunder. It pounced on the flying bear phantom and swung its right fist, smashing the flying bear phantom's head. The flying bear phantom was entangled by Yi Lui Sang and the others. It could not dodge in time and was beaten to the ground. Bam, bam, bam. The strength path phantom giant's fists rained down. The flying bear phantom suffered heavy injuries, one after another. It retaliated furiously. But the strength path phantom giant's movements were agile. It displayed the attainments of a close combat master. After fighting for a while, the flying bear phantom's whole body became blurry. Final attack. The strength path phantom giant raised its right leg, chopping down like a battle axe. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the flying bear phantom could no longer hold on. Its fat bear body disappeared, turning into an immortal gu that flew out. The strength path phantom giant grabbed the immortal gu, smiling malevolently as it looked at Fang Yuan. He Lolan's true strength actually reached this level. Too terrifying, she almost destroyed the immortal gu. This time's imperial court contest, my loss was not unjust, Yi Lui Sang and the others were dumbstruck. He Lolan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Fang Yuan's, and because of the great strength true martial physique, she was even higher. Although flying bear phantom gu was an immortal gu, it did not have a gu worm to complement it. And without Fang Yuan personally activating it, it was very normal for He Lolan to capture it. The flying bear phantom was destroyed, and Tai Bai Yinsheng was affected by the supreme true inheritance contest. He could not split himself. This way, Fang Yuan, who was fighting intensely with the river-like Giant Sunswill, was practically alone, in danger. Your head is not bad. I will keep your head as my spoils of war. The strength path phantom giant spoke, transmitting He Lolan's voice. It slowly flew, getting closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, give up resisting. You have no way to survive. There is no hope of escaping. The river-like Giant Sunswill also spoke. Although it had only fought with Fang Yuan for a short period of time, its size was already less than half of its original size. Fang Yuan could force the immortal Venerables to this extent. It could be said that his battle merits were not inferior to He Lulan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded by the Black Coffin's luck. His luck was too bad. Even if he had all sorts of schemes, all sorts of bravery at this moment, he seemed to be powerless to reverse the situation. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan, however, laughed loudly towards the sky. His laughter resounded in the battlefield, showing his unparalleled heroism. Giant Sun's will, you tried all sorts of methods to destroy my fighting spirit, but my heart is like iron, my will is like steel. Our battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan said. The river-like giant suns did not retort, instead falling into silence. The strength path phantom giant that He Lulan had transformed into also stopped moving forward. Heaven and earth chi appeared beside Fang Yuan. When a Gu master shattered their apertures to ascend to a Gu immortal, they would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus he was delayed for a moment. This moment was the most dangerous and difficult moment, but in the end, Fang Yuan used all his strength to hold on. With heaven and earth chi, the nearby ordinary Gu worms could not be casually activated. They would suffer from the backlash of the primeval chi. In serious cases, even immortal Gu would perish. He Lulan's mortal Gu had no choice but to stop. Chapter 633. Clear radiance heaven chi, golden earth chi, more and more, coiling around Fang Yuan's body. He Lulan and the rest slowly retreated. The river-like giant suns roared furiously, but did not dare to move forward rashly. It had fought intensely with Fang Yuan, and its size had shrunk to less than half of its original size. It was extremely anxious. Damn it! Unless the main bodies send reinforcements, I alone cannot take care of Fang Yuan. The battlefield fell into a temporary tranquility. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was as he had expected, and let out a breath of turbid air like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The battle for 88-point Jinyang Tower had gone through several twists and turns, but the situation was gradually becoming clear now. Fang Yuan was like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Strong winds blew, and he fell into dangerous situations several times, losing the initiative. If not for his scheming and numerous methods, he would not have lasted until now. Especially this time, Fang Yuan risked his life and bravely perished together. Only then did he manage to seize back the initiative. Northern Plains' trip has finally reached the most crucial moment. The immortal ascension is extremely important. It will almost determine the outcome of the battle. Fang Yuan roused his spirits. Like he had said before, the true battle had just begun. Junior brother, you must be careful. Tai Bai Yunqing's tone was heavy, his gaze was anxious, and his heart was filled with worry. He had just ascended to a Gu immortal, and was very clear about the dangers of the process. He knew, if not for giant suns helping him, he would not have succeeded, even if he had accumulated his foundation for his entire life. Sai, junior brother, is young and rash. He should not have made such a choice. If I had known earlier, I would not have let him do this no matter what. But it is too late to say anything now. Sai, I can only hope that he had received teacher's guidance and was lucky enough to succeed. Tai Bai Yunqing sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing looked at each other and nodded. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, and his mind entered his body. Ordinary Gu masters and Gu immortals only had one aperture in their lives. But Fang Yuan had once narrowly escaped death on Three Kings Mountain and seized his fortuitous encounter. Thus, after using second aperture Immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Battle of Imperial Court, his apertures were all at the peak of rank 5, crystal purple primeval essence. There were 3 steps to a Gu master's immortal ascension. The first was shattering the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered his second aperture. Once a Goom master shatters their aperture, they can only move forward. There is no way back. That was because they only had one aperture, but Feng Yuan had two. In other words, even if Feng Yuan failed the tribulation and lost an aperture, he would still have an aperture. Keeping one aperture could save his life. This was one of the benefits of the second aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know the secret. Most of the worries in his heart would dissipate. Ka-cha! 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 Bolt after bolt of lightning continuously struck Giant Sun's will. Feng Yuan, you little thief, you won't have a good death. Giant Sun's will bellowed in anger, forcefully withstanding the tribulation lightning. The golden sand-like will exploded again and again. This lightning was no small matter. It was in the shape of a trident. Its might was extraordinary. It was one of the 10 great haunted houses. Originally, snow or tribulation lightning was not frequent, only forming once every dozens of breaths of time. But now, Feng Yuan shattered his aperture in his immortal ascension, drawing in the heaven and earth chi, forming a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused into the 10-year blizzard disaster, immediately increasing the power of the blizzard disaster. The snow or tribulation lightning was like a drug becoming excited. It struck continuously. The interval between each strike was less than a breath of time. Every time it resisted, Giant Sun's will had to pay a heavy price. But he could not leave just like that. 88-point Jinyang Tower needed his protection. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower had almost completely stopped functioning. It was only in shape. If Giant Sun's will's protection was removed, in the blink of an eye, True Yang Tower would be destroyed by the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the inheritance treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun's will was the manager of this tower. Because of his duty, Giant Sun's will could only brace himself to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Like this, he had become Feng Yuan's nanny during his tribulation, to protect his enemy and help him to ascend to immortality. Under the circumstances, Giant Sun's will, who had no choice but to do this, could only feel the anger in his heart. Feng Yuan, you thief, wait until I get through the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I will rip out your tendons and skin you alive. I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant Sun's will roared, even with the continuous rumbling of thunder. It could not cover up his roar. But very quickly his roar stopped and turned to shock. This is a chaotic branching tooth. In the sky filled with thunder and lightning, 18 whirlpools appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly, the edges of the whirlpools quickly expanding. In every black whirlpool, there was a huge snow white beast tooth, slowly taking shape. A total of 18 beast teeth. They were as white as snow. Each of them were huge, as thick as an ancient tree and over 30 m long. The beast teeth were ready to attack. An intense sense of danger rose in Giant Sun's will's heart. Similarly, one of the 10 great calamities, the chaotic branching tooth, was ranked above the snow or tribulation lightning, and its might was even more terrifying. I definitely cannot let the 18 chaotic branching teeth attack at the same time. At that time, even I will not be able to block it. I need to attack earlier. Giant Sun's will was experienced in battle and immediately chose to attack. Without hesitation, he split into 10 dragon wills in the blink of an eye. They roared and spiraled, valiantly charging towards the heavenly tribulation. But on the way, there were wind blades and hail. The snow or tribulation lightning continued to crackle. Half of the 10 dragon wills were destroyed along the way, leaving only 5 that successfully collided with the whirlpools. But the results of the collision were not obvious. Only 3 succeeded in destroying the whirlpools. The remaining 2 dragon wills were heavily damaged in the collision. The whirlpools that they collided with shook for a while, before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled. The speed of the attack was actually faster than before, as though it was mocking Giant Sun's will. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was helpless. He could only split into 10 dragon wills and launch another fierce assault. True inheritance, secluded domain, however, was still peaceful. Fang Yuan's eyes were closed, his expression was calm, and he was breathing leisurely. Most of his attention was placed on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture's vital goo is Spring-Autumn Cicada. This goo is very important. If I advance to go immortal, I will become a time path go immortal. Unfortunately, I have little knowledge of time path, and I have no experience in undergoing tribulation with an immortal goo. I cannot take the risk. Only the second aperture's vital goo is all-out effort goo, and I can become a strength path goo immortal. Since rebirth, I have researched strength path, although I am not as proficient in blood path. This foundation is enough for me to advance to goo immortal. Right now, the second aperture was already in a complete mess. It formed a hole, attracting heaven chi and earth chi to enter. Tai Bai Yunxing had lived for less than 100 years, but his foundation was enough for him to advance to go immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge was greater than Tai Bai Yunxing, who had a go immortal inheritance. It was more than enough for him to advance to go immortal. But now is not the best time to advance to go immortal. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation. He had not reached the peak yet. He only had the strength of 100 June. His bones were impermanence goo, his flesh was turtle jade wolf skin, and his set of strength path goo worms were not all rank 5. These were all related to his potential after advancing to go immortal. It was best if the size of the immortal aperture could be perfect. Fang Yuan's original plan was to accumulate to the most profound stage. Then he would make sufficient preparations before taking the risk to advance to go immortal. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this. Heaven and earth chi converged into his body, and at the same time, thick white human chi spread out from Fang Yuan's body. The dense human chi formed a huge balloon, covering Fang Yuan's whole body. He Lolan's pupils shrunk at this. Yi Lui Sang said in disbelief, "How can this be? He actually has such dense human chi. This is even stronger than Tai Bai Yunxing." To think that Junior Brother's accumulation is so deep, it can be seen that Junior Brother is already prepared for this immortal ascension and is not taking a risk. Tai Bai Yunxing also looked at him with a surprised gaze, but his heart was at ease. Clear and elegant heaven chi, golden and heavy earth chi, together with the pure white human chi, the three converged and formed a mixed chi mass. This way he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, internalization. Damn it, this little thief is internalizing. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The river like Giant Sun's was burning with anxiety. It did not dare to act rashly. Once it was contaminated by the heaven chi, it would melt into nothingness. Once it was corroded by the earth chi, it would turn into stone and die. As the intersection point of the three chi, Fang Yuan was in an even more dangerous situation. He had to maintain a balance between the three chi at all times. If there was too much heaven chi and earth chi, he would die on the spot. Even if it was human chi, if there was too much imbalance, it would cause self-detonation. However, riches were found in danger. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. The three chi were balanced and intertwined, giving Fang Yuan an endless source of inspiration. Heaven and earth were the foundation for nurturing all living beings. The heaven and earth chi resonated with each other. The mysteries of the great Tao would fill Fang Yuan's mind. The three chi surged. Fang Yuan was within it. He had already cancelled Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move and returned to his original appearance. The injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. The recovery speed was several times faster than when he was in six-arm, heavenly zombie king state. The three chi cleansed his body. Not only his body, but his soul, mind, and thoughts were also being refined. It was like he was being cleansed, returning to the purity of a baby. Fang Yuan's eyes became clearer. The black and white were distinct. His muscles were being remolded. The scars on his body naturally fell off, revealing new skin. His hair was also growing rapidly. From the original short hair, it became long. When it reached his waist, it naturally broke. Grow, break, this cycle repeated, be it his physique, bones, eyebrows, or facial features. All of them were undergoing subtle changes. At the same time, the 500 years of his previous life, as well as the scenes of his rebirth, flashed rapidly in his mind. In an extremely short period of time, Fang Yuan recalled his entire life. An indescribable and complex feeling that had been buried in the depths of his memories surged up again, filling Fang Yuan's heart. In his memories, those cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were all perfectly answered, as if they were being helped by a deity. At this moment, heaven and earth were selfless. They opened their hearts and imparted the mysteries of the great Tao to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had to deal with his emotions, while also cherishing the opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao and not forget to balance the three qi at all times. The loss of balance in the three qi meant death. Many Gu masters failed at this step in their immortal ascension. Chapter 634. In the true inheritance mystic realm, Fang Yuan was enveloped by a thick and huge tricolored air mass, and his figure was completely concealed. Junior apprentice brother, you must control yourself. I'm not worried that you can't handle the emotional fluctuations. I'm just worried that you're young and ambitious. You're greedy for the mysteries of the great Tao and forget your bottom line. You'll merge too much with the heaven and earth qi. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with worry. The qi of heaven and earth had already spread near him, so he had no choice but to slowly fly away from Fang Yuan. The footsteps of Giant Sun's will, who was competing with him for the supreme direct inheritance, seemed to have slowed down. The pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing decreased slightly, and his situation gradually improved. Damn thief, he actually has so many people. Damn it. Why hasn't it lost its balance yet? The river-like Giant Suns will gritted his teeth and cursed. He Lulan and the others were also looking forward to it. This guy is so young, but he can balance the three qis for so long. He and Tai Bai Yunxing call each other senior and junior brothers, so their origins must be extraordinary. Is he going to become a Gu immortal? No way. How could becoming a Gu immortal be so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone secretly communicated with each other, not daring to act rashly. With such a dense amount of heaven and earth qi, once a backlash occurred, it would definitely not be a joke. Fang Yuan was in the ball of air, but he had a calm smile on his face. Wonderful, wonderful. He closed his eyes and murmured. Various profundities of the Grand Tao were like streams of clear spring water that flowed within his heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had ascended to become a blood path Gu immortal. This was his second time. With his precious experiences and insights, he was more knowledgeable than any Gu master in the world. They had to be calm and collected, compared to ordinary Gu masters. They knew the true meaning of this. Man is the spirit of all living things, and his spirituality is the highest. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. It was the carrier of the great Tao laws. Every path of immortality was a path of transcendence. To transcend, one had to accumulate, and the most basic way to accumulate knowledge was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, raise Gu, refine Gu, and indirectly learn the mysteries of heaven and earth from Gu worms. But when a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal, it is a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This opportunity to communicate It was extremely precious, and one would only have one such opportunity in their entire life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity very much. He grabbed it tightly and used all his strength to obtain it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even broader and deeper than the ocean. Fang Yuan knew his own limits, so he didn't probe around aimlessly. It was the strength of the hand. He continued to deepen his comprehension and experience the essence. In the end, he had only cultivated the strength path in his previous life. Although he had cultivated the strength path in this life, it had not been long. Strictly speaking, his original strength path realm could only be considered as a pseudo-strength path master. But by making use of this opportunity, his understanding of strength soared to the skies. Very soon, he had crossed the threshold of strength master and broken through to grandmaster. He was on his way to the grandmaster level. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do so. His shattered second aperture had a rank for all-out effort goo as his vital goo. This goo belonged to strength path. It was placed first in the third step and would help Fang Yuan become a strength path goo immortal. But this goo was not rank 5, its rank was slightly low. Fang Yuan could only use his higher strength path attainment level to make up for it. Otherwise, the risk would be huge when he placed the goo in the third step. If he could not create an immortal aperture, his immortal ascension would be a complete failure. Outside True Yang Building, intense winds surged and tribulation lightning flew. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed into a cocoon of chi lump. The chi lump was huge and enveloped the whole of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Fang Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had a terrifying change. In order to protect 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sunswell had nowhere to retreat and could only resist with all his might. It was already a crucial moment. Bam! With an intense howl, 9 snow-white chaotic branching fangs shot out at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it left behind 9 lightning-like shadows in the sky. Giant Sunswell had already made sufficient mental preparations and had been waiting for a long time. The will armor that covered 88-point Jinyang Tower had become several times thicker, reaching 10 feet. At the same time, Giant Sunswell split into dozens of will hands, opening their palms and blocking in the air. The 9 chaotic branching fangs shot down and collided with each other, causing their paths to change drastically, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, moving randomly. The will hands flew everywhere, blocking with difficulty. The chaotic branching fangs pierced through the will hands and hit the main body of Giant Sunswell, piercing 9 deep holes on the will armor that was 1,000 times harder than steel. Giant Sunswell grunted. The main body of his will was in chaos for a while before calming down. Looking at the wounds, Giant Sunswell's heart shuddered. The 9 wounds were of different depths. 2 of them were over 20 feet deep, almost reaching 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I paid a huge price and destroyed half of the chaotic branching fangs. If all 18 chaotic branching fangs had flown out at the same time, their trajectory would have been hard to predict. How could I have weakened them in the air? After Giant Sunswell rejoiced, his anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level. Fang Yuan, that scoundrel, deserves to be cut into pieces. He is ascending to become an immortal. But I am the scapegoat. As soon as I recover a little, I'm going to ugh. Giant Sunswell was shocked to see another 18 whirlpools forming in the sky. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching fangs. Seeing this, Giant Sunswell was seething with anger. Just now, to defend against the chaotic branching fangs, he had expended 1/6 of his will. Now there was a second wave. Wait a minute, this is... In between the 18 whirlpools, another 18 new whirlpools were formed. Seeing this, even Giant Sunswell felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching fangs is actually coming together with the second wave. He roared towards the sky. The The main body of his, well, that was like an armor, fluctuated violently, almost collapsing. If he could spit blood, he would have spat out 3,000 liters of blood. Just now, when he had defended against the 9 chaotic branching fangs, Giant Sun's had already used his full strength. Now there were a total of 36 whirlpools and 36 chaotic branching fangs. The might of this was not a simple addition of numbers. Fang Yuan, you thief! You will die a horrible death! At this moment, Giant Sun's almost gave up on the 88-point Jinyang Tower. He wanted to find him and disregard everything to kill Fang Yuan. But he was not angry but deliberate. He wanted to look at the big picture. He wanted to protect the inheritance treasure 88-point Jinyang Tower. He had no choice but to contact the other clones and gather all of his power to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What? The main body is actually sending me to resist the heavenly tribulation? In the true inheritance secret realm, the river-like Giant Sun's was still waiting for reinforcements, but in the end he received news of him returning to the main body. In an instant his heart turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I hate this. Giant Sun's who was fighting with Tai Bai Yunxing for the supreme true inheritance, was extremely regretful. He had no choice but to send a large portion of his forces to support the main body. But to prevent the 88-point Jinyang Tower from being completely taken away by Tai Bai Yunxing, he still left a portion of Giant Sun's to maintain the situation in the true inheritance light group. Because of this, the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing decreased. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Giant Sun's has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your backup plan has achieved good results. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities has terrifying might. Even Giant Sun's has no choice but to use all of his strength to defend. Junior brother, you are worthy of being Master's disciple. You have to persevere. The third step, releasing goo, is the most important. Success or failure will depend on this. As time passed, the 3-colored qi lump around Fang Yuan's body gradually shrunk until it was completely absorbed into Fang Yuan's aperture. He actually finished taking in the qi. He is going to proceed to the final step. He Lulan and the rest had been ignored all along, and when they saw the river-like Giant Sun's retreating, they immediately panicked. What do we do now? Are we going to watch him become a Gu immortal? Yi Lui Sang shouted, There is no more heaven and earth qi around Fang Yuan. We will attack now. Bian Si Xian suggested, but they did not move. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and awkwardness. Beside Fang Yuan, there was still the Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's pressure was greatly reduced. He held the true inheritance light lump in one hand, while facing He Lulan and the rest, ready to risk his life to protect them. There is no need to fear Tai Bai Yunxing, but once he ascends to Gu immortal, there will be endless trouble. He is not a weak healing Gu immortal like Tai Bai Yunxing. He Lulan clenched his fists, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. After calculating for a while, he made up his mind and shouted, Attack! Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took a step forward and launched a large-scale attack. Tai Bai Yunxing cried bitterly in his heart. He did not dare to face He Lulan's attack head-on. He could only shout, You dare! As long as you retreat, I will use the supreme true inheritance in my hands to clash with the Luck Path true inheritance. Let's see how you explain this to Giant Sun's will. Everyone had just mobilized their battle intent, but after being threatened by Tai Bai Yunxing, they were stunned, their morale plummeting. Don't listen to him. Leave a few people behind to protect the Luck Path true inheritance. The rest follow me. He Lulan snorted coldly and immediately said. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart immediately sank. He could not stop the situation in front of him. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard from behind. He had already opened his eyes. No matter. Come and chase me. I want to see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Gu had already been destroyed, but with his cautious nature, how could he not have backup Gu worms? Fang Yuan had who immortal blessed land and could communicate with jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan did not lack mortal Gu. These words were even more of a blow to their morale than Tai Bai Yunqing's. Thinking that Fang Yuan was a flying master, and in a vast space like true inheritance, secluded domain, everyone's morale fell to rock bottom. He Luolan's gaze flickered, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court, after all. He had outstanding talent and was ruthless. He was not someone who could be dismissed with just a few words. Even if we can't catch up, we still have to. I want to see what time you have to undergo immortal ascension. He Luolan's words raised everyone's morale again. Fang Yuan's expression sank. He did not say anything else. He Luolan had hit the nail on the head. When ordinary Gu immortals ascended, they would be shrouded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Even if the enemy wanted to stop them, they would be afraid of being implicated by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But now that giant suns was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, He Luolan and the rest could take advantage of this opportunity. In this true inheritance, secluded domain, there were remnants of heaven and earth chi that could cause mortal Gu to backlash. But He Luolan and the rest used mortal Gu, and Fang Yuan also used mortal Gu. The backlash they faced was the same. At once, the situation changed. Even though giant suns were retreated and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities with all his strength. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. He Luolan was indeed a formidable person, a talent among men. He saw the opportunity and immediately moved. Chapter 635. Fang Yuan, why are you running? Cowardly scoundrel, are you afraid? Do you dare to fight 300 rounds with Grandpa? You are not fit to disguise as Changshanin. You don't even have 1% of his courage. In true inheritance, secluded domain, Fang Yuan flew as the people chased after him, provoking him endlessly. Facing these insults and provocations, Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to them, his expression calm. His eyes were focused on the surroundings. Although true inheritance secluded domain was spacious, it was not a flat path. There were still many true inheritance meteors flying around, colliding with each other from time to time. Giant suns had taken back many true inheritances earlier, but there were still many left in true inheritance, secluded domain. If Fang Yuan was unlucky enough to be obstructed by these true inheritances, the people behind him would catch up. Once he was surrounded, the situation would become even more dangerous. At this time, a dark red true inheritance meteor suddenly flew towards Fang Yuan. Windflower Gu. Fang Yuan, however, was slightly happy as he chanted in his heart. A huge flower condensed from wind suddenly appeared beside him. The wind flower spun, bringing his body around. Swoosh! With a piercing sound that almost pierced his eardrums, Fang Yuan brushed past this unparalleled true inheritance. The unparalleled true inheritance shot forward. The people chasing after him hurriedly dodged. They were in a flurry. Using this time, Fang Yuan's speed increased, rapidly pulling apart the distance between him and the people chasing behind him. He Luolan and the rest naturally did not want to see this happen. They were all elites. They immediately reacted and sent out countless long-range attacks. Fang Yuan sneered, the primeval essence in his first aperture surging. Flash Bug Gu. This was a rare space path movement Gu. With its help, Fang Yuan's figure immediately vanished. The next moment, he was already 500 steps ahead. Most of the attacks from He Luolan and the rest. Thus they missed. Fang Yuan stopped Flash Bug Gu and switched to Eagle Rise Gu. Although Flash Bug Gu was a rank 5 Gu, its speed was not good. It expended a lot of crystal purple primeval essence each time, but it could only move 500 steps forward. It was mainly used for sudden movement and evasion. If he really wanted to hurry, he would have to fly for a long distance. Eagle Rise Gu was still better, although the Eagle Rise Gu was only a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan had 6 wings on his back and could use 3 Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. Eagle Rise Gu brought him flying rapidly. The consumption of true essence was very small, and the speed was also very impressive. Watching Fang Yuan fly off into the distance, the pursuers gritted their teeth. Damn it, this fellow was really slippery, only caring about escaping. He doesn't have the demeanor of a warrior at all. Didn't he shatter his aperture? How do you still have so much true essence to use? Humph, Gu masters had many methods to preserve their primeval essence. So what if his aperture was shattered? As long as I can get fish bubble Gu, beggar moth, grave yam Gu, and so on, I can store primeval essence. My movement Gu can't take it anymore. The backlash from the chi of heaven and earth is really powerful. He Lulan laughed coldly. He didn't feel any better when we suffered the backlash. He had to continue the chase. He couldn't stop. The other party is a flying master, so it's normal that we can't catch up. But as long as we chase relentlessly and don't let him have time to advance to immortal, we will have achieved our goal. Fang Yuan looked back and saw that the pursuers had not given up. The anxiety in his heart deepened. It had to be said, He Lulan's move hit his weak spot. Waves of pain. It came from the second aperture. The second aperture had already shattered, forming a hole. Right now, it was occupied by a lump of 3 colored chi, waiting for the vital Gu to enter and complete the final step, exploding the immortal aperture after accumulating for a long time. If the immortal aperture did not explode, Fang Yuan's life would be devoured by the chi of heaven and earth, and he would die. If the immortal aperture exploded, no matter what grade it was, at this crucial moment, Fang Yuan's mind would be empty, and he would fall into a vulnerable state where he would be defenseless. This period of time varied from person to person. If the enemy took advantage of this moment, Fang Yuan's outcome would be worrying, and he might die without a proper burial. Right now, He Lulan and the rest were stopping Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to release the Gu. He could only let the compressed 3-colored chi lump in his body tremble. This cannot go on. If this drags on for a certain period of time, the 3-colored chi lump will disperse, and all the accumulations I used to advance to go immortal will be for naught. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to break out of this dangerous situation. Rumble! Right at this moment, True Inheritance secluded domain suddenly shook. Rumble! Immediately after, there was another wave of shaking, making people feel uneasy and fearful. What's going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain going to collapse? He Lulan Yului sang, and the rest had worried expressions. They knew. This was the heavenly tribulation, an earthly calamity outside the tower. It had finally reached the main body of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were overjoyed. This proved that Giant Sun's had used all his strength. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were extremely terrifying. Even he had reached his limit. Damn it, damn it. I finally made it. Giant Sun's breathed roughly. He was fearful and glad. He did not even have the strength to curse Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's which was originally 10 feet thick and wrapped around 88-point Jinyang Tower like a golden armor, was now only left with a thin layer. It was dim and without light. 36 chaotic branching fangs were not as simple as stacking on top of each other. Their power had increased by almost 10 times. During the entire process, snow or tribulation lightning was crazily striking everywhere as if it did not cost anything. The originally fleeting lightning had become as bright as sunlight, shining endlessly. This showed the terrifying frequency of snow or tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's had narrowly escaped death. He only had less than 1% of his will left. He attacked with all his might. After much effort, he managed to destroy 11 whirlpools in advance. The remaining chaotic branching fangs exploded together. Giant Suns Will risked his life to block most of them, but there were still 7 that he could not block. 7 wounds appeared on 88-point Jinyang Tower, especially 4 of them. They directly pierced through Truyang Tower, creating 4 passages. Fang Yuan and the rest were in true inheritance, secluded domain. The tremors they felt originated from this. My 88-point Jinyang Tower! Giant Suns Will inspected it, his heart bleeding. He almost could not help but wail. The losses were too huge. The number of goo worms that were lost was not only huge. Moreover, there were 1 or 2 immortal goo among them. To replenish these goo worms and restore 88-point Jinyang Tower to its original state, who knew how long it would take? Fang Yuan, you wretched bastard, you underwent tribulation yourself, but you want me to bear the consequences. I will make you regret being born in this world. Giant Suns Will fiercely cursed in his heart. The giant cocoon formed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was already thinning. At this time, several pillars of light shone down from the sky. Through the dark clouds, the light shone on the damaged 88-point Jinyang Tower. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were slowly dissipating. Giant Suns Will slowly let go of the boulder in his heart. He almost cried tears of joy. This heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is finally ending. It is finally ending. I finally made it. Although 88-point Jinyang Tower was heavily damaged, the foundational goo worms were not lost. No matter how many mortal goo were destroyed, they can be replenished. The immortal goo that were lost are more troublesome, but they can also be refined again, even if someone else got it first. They can also use other goo worms to replace them. The outcome is set. Next, we need to kill the otherworldly demon, and then take care of this scoundrel Fang Yuan. Seeing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity dissipating in front of him, Giant Suns Will, who was about to take revenge, felt much better. At this time, a large light blue hand gradually appeared. It appeared in front of Giant Suns Will. This is. The remaining Giant Suns Will's body shook intensely. He was even more frightened than when he saw 70 to 80 random teeth. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This damned Fang Yuan, why is his luck so bad? He actually caused such a calamity. Rank 9 Goo Immortals were invincible in the world. They could leave behind a unique mark in the whole world. Even if they died, some killer moves would appear again in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I know. This Fang Yuan was extremely daring. He wanted to kill the child of Luck Mahong Yin. But in the end, he suffered the backlash of Fortune Goo. His luck was terrible. Thus, he caused such a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Suns Will thought of the reason he felt extremely bitter. In the end, the source was fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Under a freak combination of factors, Giant Suns was actually tricked by his own arrangements. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob and steal countless goo worms. The whole world was helpless against it. But thankfully, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers. It can at most snatch rank 5 goo. Goo. Goo! Oh heavens! Giant Suns muttered to himself. Suddenly his voice rose as he lost his composure and screamed. He saw the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipate, as large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300 countless formless hands appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them, there were 1-finger formless hands to 5-finger formless hands. They occupied the majority. There were 16 6-finger formless hands, 9 7-finger formless hands. There were even 3 8-finger formless hands. This is impossible. Even if Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, no matter how bad his luck is, it can't be this bad. Giant sons will shouted in disbelief. It's over, everything is over. Giant sons will wailed. If he could cry, his face would definitely be covered in tears. At once, large numbers of golden wills scattered, like sand falling from the surface of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the will collapsing by itself. There was no longer any will to fight. It could not endure such a blow. It turned out that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had not ended. They had all transformed into this final tribulation. Formless hands. The remaining giant sons will shrunk into a ball, exposing 88-point Jinyang Tower to the outside. In true inheritance, secluded domain, Fang Yuan and the others were still in the dark, not knowing what was happening. The pursuit continued. After suffering the backlash of heaven and earth chi, both sides had already lost over 100 gu-worms. Both sides were desperately holding on. Fang Yuan did not have many movement gu left, but he had already found a way to break out of this predicament, bringing the pursuers behind him. After making a big detour, he suddenly changed his direction and flew towards Tai by Yunsheng. Quick, senior brother, open your immortal aperture and let me in. Only there can I avoid the pursuit and smoothly ascend to immortal. Fang Yuan transmitted his voice. This. Tai by Yunsheng unavoidably fell into hesitation. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a gu immortal. If Fang Yuan were to be placed inside, if he failed, the consequences would be borne by Tai by Yunsheng. At such a crucial moment, senior brother, why are you still hesitating? Only after I ascend to immortal can we have a chance to fight. Don't worry, I have full confidence in advancing to immortal. Fang Yuan shouted. Chapter 636. Tai by Yunsheng was already tied to the chariot by Fang Yuan, and thinking that fixed immortal travel was still in Fang Yuan's hands, he could only force himself to agree to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He charged towards Tai by Yunsheng and entered his immortal aperture. Oh no! Seeing this, the pursuers turned pale with fright. This scoundrel is too crafty. He actually hid in Tai by Yunsheng's immortal aperture. We can't chase him anymore. Yi Lui Sang shouted helplessly. Then let's kill the immortal. Kill Tai by Yunsheng. He Lolan's eyes shone fiercely, his killing intent spread. He turned into a strength path phantom giant and charged at Tai by Yunsheng fiercely. He was like a ferocious bear pouncing on its prey. Tai by Yunsheng was terrified. He quickly dodged while dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump. Don't forget, I am also a flying master. Tai by Yunsheng learned from Fang Yuan. He shouted as he escaped. Everyone's morale fell. Someone cursed helplessly. Damn it, there were only 2 flying masters in this imperial court contest. They are actually the 2 of them. Only He Lulan was provoked. His battle intent surged to an unprecedented level. Looks like I have to use my full strength. He had a solemn expression. He made up his mind and punched. Fist chi surged out. It was grand and majestic. It was like mountains crashing into each other. Tai by Yunsheng dodged skillfully. He was safe and sound. But these vast fist auras suddenly transformed into strength path phantoms of giants. Tai by Yunsheng was caught unprepared after a few breaths of time. These strength path phantom giants surrounded him from all directions, completely surrounding him. This is bad. Tai by Yunsheng's expression turned pale. To think that He Lolan's strength is actually this strong. 16 strength path giant phantoms. This kind of strength can completely kill immortals. Yelu Sang and the others were also greatly shocked, watching in shock. Huff, huff, huff. He Lulan was panting heavily. The giant shadow of her body had already dissipated. It was obvious that using this ultimate move had consumed a great deal of his energy and stamina. Even the great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques found it hard to endure. His fat body was shining with a layer of faint black light. That was the power of dark limit immortal goo. It had always helped him suppress and conceal the great strength true martial physique. I almost broke the seal of the dark limit goo. That was close. Hei Lulan rejoiced in her heart as she looked at Tai by Yunxing with a ruthless gaze. You're dead this time. My great cause of vengeance will start with you, Tai by Yunxing. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Giant pale blue light shadow hands suddenly appeared in the true inheritance secret realm. The giant light blue hands were densely packed together. Very quickly, he attracted everyone's attention. What is that? What is that? Whoosh! An ordinary true inheritance. Like a shooting star, it crashed into the giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this true inheritance. Soon after, it clenched its fist. The true inheritance was grabbed by the giant hand and was firmly suppressed, unable to move at all. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away. Under everyone's gazes, it streaked across the sky like a beautiful blue rainbow. Its speed became faster and faster. After a distance of several thousand steps, it suddenly disappeared. Even the true inheritance in its hand disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but narrow their eyes slightly. These giant hands are so powerful, they actually easily subdued the true inheritance. I know, this must be Ancestor Giant Sun's method. Didn't you guys notice that these giant light blue hands are very similar to the flying snow hands? Haha! Ancestor Giant Sun finally made a move. It seems that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have passed. These two scoundrels are finally finished. Some people's guesses were quickly acknowledged by everyone else. But just as they were about to cheer, a miserable scream was heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a person in the periphery being caught by a giant light blue hand. Soon after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something and clenched into a fist as it flew away. That person let out a shrill scream. My goo worms were all snatched away by this hand. What? Everyone was in an uproar. Soon, the second victim also appeared. My vital goo, it was also snatched away. Puff! He vomited a mouthful of blood. The vital goo was closely related to the goo master's life. Once it was snatched away by the giant hand and lost connection, the goo master immediately suffered a backlash. The hand rained down and began to wantonly snatch the goo worms. Quick, hide! Everyone dispersed in an uproar. This is not Ancestor Giant Sun's method. Could it be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many people cried out in shock. What heavenly tribulation is this? It actually snatched away the goo worms. Someone was extremely shocked. The importance of goo worms to goo masters was self-evident. Quickly keep the goo worms in the aperture. Someone hurriedly reminded. But everyone soon found that even if they kept the goo worms in the aperture, they would still be snatched away. The giant light blue hand was incorporeal and formless. It did not harm the human body at all and specialized in capturing goo worms. Once captured, the goo master would immediately lose connection with them. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this giant light blue hand? Will it snatch away the immortal goo? Tai by Yunxing also could not see the origin of the giant light blue hand, and the scene in front of him made him very nervous. At this time, 3 giant hands pounced towards him, and he hurriedly dodged. Even as a flying master, he quickly fell into a dangerous situation. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. The giant hands were extremely fast and extremely agile, and most importantly, they were similar to flash bug goo, attacking in a flash, making it hard to defend against. Tai by Yunxing was in an extremely sorry state, not to mention the other goo masters. This seems to have been recorded in the tribe's secret manuals. Hei Lulan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was caught by a 4-fingered, formless hand. For a moment, he was unable to move. The giant light blue hand seemed to be incorporeal, like a light breeze brushing past. It did not cause any injuries to He Lulan's body. But He Lulan felt pain in his head and instantly lost connection with a rank 4 gu. Not good. He Lulan cursed inwardly. Although the gu that was snatched was only rank 4, it was very important. It was one of the gu worms that he had to use when activating his strength path killer move. Hell! He Lulan opened his mouth. He actually let out the roar of a fierce beast. Rank 5, fixed sound gu. The formless sound wave quickly caught up to the 4-fingered formless hand, and like an invisible iron chain, it was fixed in place. I don't care what kind of damn thing you are, break! He Lulan shouted, and forcefully raised his spirit, turning into a strength path phantom giant once again. The giant stretched out his house-sized palm and grabbed the giant light blue hand. Soon after, He Lulan fiercely clenched it. The giant light blue hand flickered twice, and with a bang, it shattered like glass. He Lulan immediately sensed it. The crucial gu worm that was snatched away. The shattered giant light blue hand was like ice melting in water and scattered bit by bit. He Lulan had successfully snatched back the gu worm, and the joy in his heart had just risen. 5 formless hands suddenly appeared behind him. His expression changed drastically. His arm was like a spear, like a fierce tiger turning around and striking horizontally. He used 100% of his strength in this strike. The sound of the wind suddenly rose and actually produced a sonic boom like a thunderclap. But when it hit the formless hands, the giant's arm directly passed through, like the reflection of the moon in the water. He Lulan was dazed for a moment. The formless hands fiercely moved, and each grabbed a certain part of the strength path phantom giant. He Lulan was once again unable to move. The next moment, the strength path phantom giant collapsed with a loud bang. His killer move was broken. My gu worm, puff! He Lulan vomited a mouthful of blood. His vital gu was snatched away. This was the core gu of his strength path killer move. Other than that, there were also 3 or 4 crucial gu. What made He Lulan's heart ache the most was that his false emotion fake will gu and wooden chicken gu, these 2 immortal gu, were also snatched away. Stop! He Lulan chased with all his might, no longer caring about Fang Yuan. The giant light blue hands danced around, snatching gu worms. The gu masters scattered in confusion, fleeing in all directions. True inheritance secluded domain rumbled. Rays of light shone in, and actually started to disintegrate at this moment. No, I absolutely won't let 88-point Jinyang Tower be destroyed like this. The formless hands cannot attack, but when they grab gu worms and clench them into fists, they can be broken. As long as I can protect those rank 8 core gu worms, with enough time, I can rebuild Truyang Tower. Outside the tower, the remaining giant suns will shrunk into a ball, accumulating power and waiting to attack. The enormous Truyang Tower was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, allowing the formless hands to fly in, grab gu worms, and clench them into fists before flying away. The grand and majestic Truyang Tower quickly turned into a huge corn that had been gnawed. The surface was full of holes and was in a complete mess. In the sky, the formless hands were like a majestic blue rain, raining down unceasingly. The moment of Truyang Tower's complete collapse was not far away. Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, however, was peaceful. Fang Yuan prepared for a moment, before carefully activating his second vital gu. All-out effort gu, shaped like a rhinoceros beetle. Its entire body was oval in shape, covered in an armor-like shell, and its spine was arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body was dark brown, emitting a glossy metallic luster. This gu was obtained by Fang Yuan in southern border. After being refined to rank 4, it could help Fong Yuan activate beast phantoms at will. All-out effort, Gu go. Fong Yuan softly muttered. All-out effort, Gu completely obeyed Fong Yuan's will, charging towards the compressed, 3-colored qi lump. Boom! Fong Yuan's body shook intensely, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The qi lump suddenly exploded, breaking and reforming, forming an immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was orange, and there was a white stone mountain on the ground. The immortal aperture was newly formed, and the space inside was very limited, but soon it began to expand. Like a newborn baby, it urgently needed to replenish nutrients. The immortal aperture's nutrients were heaven and earth qi. Senior brother Tai Bai, quickly let me out. Fong Yuan quickly said. You succeeded. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed but warned, be careful after you come out, the situation is very dangerous now. At the next moment, Fong Yuan's vision changed. Tai Bai Yunxing led him out of the immortal aperture and appeared beside the ladder. This is a formless hand. 500 years of experience was not for show. Fong Yuan immediately recognized the origin of the giant light blue hand and turned pale with fright. Sensing his aura, a 6-fingered, formless hand suddenly appeared above Fong Yuan's head. It grabbed down. Chapter 637. The 6-fingered, formless hand appeared too suddenly. Fong Yuan only had time to raise his head. Light blue radiance shone on his face. His entire field of vision was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not stop. It clenched into a fist and completely enveloped Fong Yuan's body. Junior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted in shock. But at the next moment, this 6-fingered, formless fist loosened and opened up into a palm. Fong Yuan's figure appeared 500 steps away. The 6-fingered, formless hand had grabbed nothing. It was Flashbug Gu. This Gu was a space path movement Gu. Although it was rank 5, it was still rare. Fong Yuan had spent a lot of effort to purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Huff! Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath of turbid air, the boulder in his heart finally disappearing. He knew that Fong Yuan had just come out and suffered a loss because he could not react in time. Actually, with his flying master attainment, avoiding these formless hands was not a problem. So close! Fong Yuan broke out in cold sweat from the fright. He understood the formless hands more than others. Thus, he was even more aware of the danger just now. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move. From 1 to 9 fingers, it can snatch rank 1 to rank 9 goo worms. Whether they are vital goo or not, it will snatch them all. If the 6-fingered formless hand had really grabbed me, I would have lost either Spring Autumn Cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is really too bad. Such a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity actually appeared. Fong Yuan flew with all his strength, dodging the formless hand's pursuit, while observing the surroundings. True Inheritance, secluded domain had already sunk into a huge chaos. True Inheritance meteor and formless hands filled his eyes. Goo masters were also flying around randomly. Some are dodging the formless hands. Some are screaming in pain when their goo worms were snatched, and some are desperately attacking those formless fists. It seems they have already found out. Once this formless hand captures a goo worm, it will clench its fist. At this moment, it can be broken, but when it's in the form of a palm, it's practically immune to all attacks and can only dodge. Information about the formless hand emerged in Fong Yuan's mind. He was very familiar with formless hands. It was all because of his past life of 500 years. Ma Hongyan had obtained a portion of the inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He also had a method to capture goo worms. He had used it many times during the 5 Regions War, causing many powerful enemies to suffer heavy losses and flee in defeat. Because of this, Fong Yuan had done a lot of research. Fang Yuan dodged continuously, using flash bug goo, windflower goo, eagle rise goo, and so on, finally increasing the distance between them and the six-fingered formless hand behind him. He immediately diverted part of his attention. They entered the immortal aperture in his body. There were remnants of the heaven and earth chi in the true inheritance secret realm. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been absorbing the heaven and earth chi and growing rapidly. Soon, the immortal aperture's space expanded to 3 million square kilometers, and it was still growing. Meanwhile, the flow of time in the immortal aperture also changed from the outside world of northern plains from 1 to 6. Oh no! After observing for a while, Fang Yuan frowned, his expression changing. The changes in the immortal aperture were normal. The situation occurred in the first aperture. More accurately speaking, it occurred in spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada rapidly recovered. An enormous pressure spread. The first aperture could no longer bear it. Not good. When the immortal aperture forms, not only does the space expand, the flow of time also changes. The cause of the latter is the immortal aperture becoming a small world, leading to a tributary of the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada feeds on the water of the river of time. Now that it is close to the river, it swallowed a lot of the river water and increased its recovery speed. Fang Yuan instantly understood the reason. Spring-autumn cicada had been recovering slowly since the last time it was used. The trip to northern plains had taken a long time. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and the pressure on the first aperture was also increasing. Originally, the first aperture was at the peak stage of rank 5. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, it could still last for some time. But now, this unforeseen event brought forward the time limit greatly. Since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had always been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal, this hidden danger immediately expanded into a serious internal problem, directly pushing it to Fang Yuan. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his body suddenly descending. A formless hand just brushed past his hair, grabbing air. In this situation, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. The immortal aperture had to form, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted, and all his efforts would go to waste. Without the strength of a Gu immortal, there was no way to continue fighting. But spring-autumn cicada could not be ignored. Crack, crack! A loud sound reverberated in true inheritance, secluded domain, as if something important had shattered. The sound made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone's momentum paused, and they raised their heads to look. True inheritance, secluded domain, was like an eggshell that had been hit, forming countless cracks. The cracks rapidly expanded, and light from the outside world shone in through the cracks. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks. 7 fingers appeared. Seeing so many giant light blue hands, many Gu masters cried out in alarm. So many giant hands! How can there be so many? Oh no! Look, there is actually a 7-fingered giant hand squeezing in. Giant light blue hands continuously flew into true inheritance, secluded domain, and everyone's situation became even more precarious. He Lolan's expression was grim. Even Tai Bai Yunqing felt an intense pressure in his heart. Flying masters were not omnipotent. So many formless hands greatly increased the difficulty of flying and dodging. Moreover, defending for a long time was bound to result in losses. Who wouldn't make mistakes when in a highly tense state? Oh no! Tai Bai Yunqing's heart sank. What he feared had come true. At the crucial moment, he made a mistake. He lost his final chance, and 6 formless hands blocked his remaining escape route. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunqing gritted his teeth and directly charged towards a 3-fingered, formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him, and Tai Bai Yunqing was immediately unable to move. But this time was extremely short. Soon, the 3-fingered formless hand clenched into a fist and flew away. Tai by Yunxing broke free and immediately burst out with his fastest speed, causing the other 5 formless hands to grab air. The dangerous situation made Tai by Yunxing break out in cold sweat. Even Tai by Yunxing was in such a predicament, not to mention the others. The Gu Masters suffered a calamity, and the losses were so severe that they didn't even have a single Gu left. Without Gu, the Gu Masters' battle strength fell to rock bottom. No matter how much primeval essence they had, it was useless. Save me! A Gu Master fearfully looked at a true inheritance charging towards him. His whole body was smooth and clean. All his Gu worms had already been snatched away by the formless hands. At the moment of life and death, he screamed for help while frantically waving his arms. But this movement speed was no different from a snail compared to the true inheritance charging towards him. It wasn't that the surrounding Gu Masters didn't hear his cry for help, but they were helpless at this moment. Bam! The unlucky Gu Master was not surprised. He was directly smashed into pieces by the true inheritance, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. After this blue-colored true inheritance smashed the Gu Master, it didn't slow down and continued flying. Along the way, formless hands came to obstruct it. The true inheritance light lump continued to dodge. The Gu worm's newly born wild will also sense the threat of the formless hands and naturally wanted to dodge and escape. But the Gu worms didn't have the intelligence of a human. After the blue-colored true inheritance dodged several formless hands, it was finally caught by a 5-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched into a fist, but it didn't stop at the same spot. The true inheritance light lump speed was too fast and had a huge inertia. It continued to fly along with it, but its speed was greatly reduced. The 5-fingered formless hand snatched the Gu worm and flew away. However, even more formless hands flew over and covered the true inheritance light ball. If one hand wasn't enough, then 2 or 3. Soon, over 10 formless hands gathered like a swarm of bees and tightly wrapped around the true inheritance light lump. The true inheritance light lump's speed became slower and slower until it stopped in the air. The formless hands suddenly dispersed and turned into fists, shooting out in all directions. There was nothing left on the spot. There was no blue-colored true inheritance. It had already been snatched away. At this time, Fong Yuan snorted and flew diagonally, grabbing onto the target he had his eyes on and attacking fiercely. A formless fist was smashed by him and the Gu inside was exposed. Fong Yuan saw the opportunity and immediately grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal Gu. He immediately refined it and stored it in his pouch. Flashbug Gu. Next, his figure disappeared far away and suddenly appeared 300 steps away. He just happened to appear beside another formless fist. Bam, bam, bam. He punched fiercely and smashed it 3 times, smashing it and leaving after grabbing the Gu worm. It was an immortal Gu. Almost at the next moment, a formless hand pounced over and naturally returned without any success. Fong Yuan's figure was like lightning, sometimes flying like a swallow, sometimes flying like an eagle. He dodged the formless hands while taking the opportunity to make a fortune, capturing many Gu worms in the true inheritance. However, the formless fists were too fast, and the opportunity was fleeting. The blue-colored true inheritance was a good opportunity for Fong Yuan, but he only had time to smash 3 of them, obtaining 2 mortal Gu and 1 immortal Gu. Taking advantage of this time, the other formless fists had already flown far away, and Fong Yuan could not catch up. Suppress! Fong Yuan mobilized the will in his mind and injected it into the Gu worms, temporarily suppressing them. He simply did not have time to refine these Gu worms, let alone research their uses. While flying, Fong Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with blue light. Perhaps it was because Fong Yuan was in the limelight. 8 formless hands actually attacked him together. Fong Yuan's heart jumped, and he quickly dodged. He suddenly stopped and moved, crazily changing directions. His field of vision changed drastically, from the sky to the ground, almost making him dizzy. He spent a Herculean effort and finally managed to break free. Just as he stabilized, whoosh, the sound of wind arose. A formless hand came straight at him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge when his pupils suddenly dilated. This was a formless fist. He laughed loudly and waved his 6 wings as he punched. After smashing the formless fist, he obtained the rank 5 gu. The gu worm vibrated in his hand and struggled with all its might, trying to escape. Fang Yuan sent in a portion of his will, but was unable to suppress it. He immediately frowned, knowing that this gu was not a wild gu, but another gu master's gu worm. Because the gu worm had someone else's will, the difficulty of refining it was several times that of a wild gu, and the difficulty of temporarily suppressing it also increased sharply. "Put down my gu!" A familiar roar resounded in his ears. Fang Yuan looked towards the source of the voice and immediately laughed. Chapter 638. He Lulan was complaining incessantly in his heart. His battle strength was outstanding, and he possessed an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. But this way, it covered up his weakness of lacking movement speed. To be precise, He Lulan cultivated strength path as well as dark path, so his movement ability was not ordinary. But in the current situation, only flying masters could barely survive. He Lulan's weakness was completely exposed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wreaked havoc, and He Lulan's gu worms were snatched one after another, even though he destroyed many formless hands and recovered many. But at the same time, new formless hands would snatch even more gu worms from his body. At this moment, He Lulan was pouncing rapidly like a raging bear, his face filled with malevolence and anger. Even though he knew, in this situation, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, but he could not let go, because the gu worm that Fang Yuan caught was He Lulan's vital gu. The vital gu was closely related to the gu master, and their lives were intertwined. Once it was destroyed, the gu master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. Fang Yuan holding this gu was equivalent to holding on to a huge weakness of He Lulan. Speaking of which, this vital gu of He Lulan had a difficult life. It was snatched by the formless hands many times, and was snatched back by He Lulan with great difficulty. Counting carefully, this was the 6th time the vital gu had been snatched. But this time an accident occurred, and it actually fell into Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was furious and anxious. The vital gu had fallen into the enemy's hands. This situation was too serious. He had to get it back. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not know that the rank 5 gu in his hands was He Lulan's vital gu. But looking at He Lulan's performance, it must be an extremely important gu. Stop daydreaming if you want to take back the gu worm. Fang Yuan flapped the 6 wings on his back, and his body flew up. It suddenly flew far away. He Lulan had tried to kill Fang Yuan several times before, so there was already a deep hatred between Fang Yuan and He Lulan. But now was not the best time to kill He Lulan. The more formless hands there were, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to evade them. If he wanted to kill a powerful enemy in such an environment, even if he succeeded, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price, especially since He Lulan had the great strength, true martial physique. If he was forced into a dead end and he impulsively self-destructed, Fang Yuan would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Let him chase after us. Let's see how long he can last. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, forcefully suppressing the restless gu worm in his hand. Soon he shook off He Lulan. Fang Yuan dodged the formless hands along the way as he flew. He sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture continued to grow, ever since he left Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture continued to absorb heaven and earth qi Right now, it had an area of over 4 million square kilometers. The immortal aperture's sky was orange and the ground was not flat. White stone mountains rose and fell as if they were cut by knives and axes, standing tall and straight. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Gu Master's path, accumulation, temperament, and comprehension. This was the first time Feng Yuan had become a strength path Gu Immortal. He could only skim through it. He knew the general situation. If he wanted to understand it in depth, he could only research it in the future. Time flow. It has also reached 1 to 12. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days in the immortal aperture. The growth speed has also slowed down. Feng Yuan pondered in his heart. At this moment, the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance, secluded domain had almost been absorbed by him. He was waiting for the immortal aperture to take shape. This was his main goal. Once he had Gu immortal battle strength, everything would change. My Gu worms will be temporarily stored with you. I won't give up. He Lulan helplessly looked at Feng Yuan flying further and further away. He could only shout like this. While chasing, he was obstructed by the formless hands and lost many Gu worms. It was already difficult for him to dodge the formless hands. Now that he had to chase after Feng Yuan, he would naturally suffer such consequences. He Lulan had no choice but to give up. In this situation, if he continued to chase forcefully, it would definitely arouse Feng Yuan's suspicions. If he guessed that this was his vital Gu, it would be even worse. I can only rely on my connection with the Gu worm to slowly get close to him while dodging the formless hands, then launch a sudden attack. Hateful thief! He Lulan gritted his teeth, plotting in his heart. Formless hands could snatch Gu worms, but they could not refine them. Once the formless fist was broken, the Gu worm would be released, and the Gu Master would immediately sense the Gu worm and summon it back. Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed He Lulan's vital Gu, but did not have the time or energy to refine it. Thus, He Lulan's connection with the Gu worm was still there, giving him the hope of making a comeback. As time passed, in true inheritance secluded domain, the formless hands had already completely gained the upper hand. Giant light blue hands were everywhere, hovering like a swarm of bees. Be it Gu Masters or true inheritance light lumps, they could only dodge in all directions. Spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan's mouth was dry, the pressure was heavy. As the immortal aperture grew, spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the river of time, bringing greater pressure to the first aperture. Many cracks had already appeared on the first aperture's aperture walls. To reduce the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Feng Yuan had already expended all the primeval essence in the first aperture. His flying speed was extremely fast, and using dozens of movement, Gu consumed a huge amount of primeval essence. Fortunately, I had planned for a long time before coming here, and had made ample preparations, purchasing large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I still have to pay attention to my primeval essence. Once my primeval essence is expended, the consequences will be unthinkable. These beggar moths were Gu worms used to store primeval essence. They were shaped like moths, but there were round holes on their wings. These holes made the beggar moths look dilapidated, like beggars wearing ragged clothes, and did not look good. But the truth was, the more holes on the beggar moth's wings, the better. The more holes there were, the higher the rank of primeval essence the beggar moths could store. In the mortal world, these beggar moths had a price, but no supply. But Feng Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, and in jewel yellow skies, beggar moths were sold in groups. Feng Yuan directly bought a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 beggar moths were huge. At this moment, Feng Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths on him. Almost the entire group was on him. Mortals could not afford to buy them, and could not afford to raise them. But Feng Yuan had Gu immortal assets, and Hu immortal blessed land, it was easy to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had eagle rise goo and other goo in reserve. Fang Yuan used a certain eagle rise goo for a period of time. Before retrieving it, he activated another eagle rise goo. He had 6 wings on his back, and it looked like he was activating 3 eagle rise goo at the same time, but he actually had more than 10 eagle rise goo. They were used in rotation. The reason for this was because of the heaven and earth chi. When goo worms were used in such an environment, they would receive backlash from the heaven and earth chi. If they were used for a long time, they would be destroyed. Fang Yuan needed to grow his immortal aperture again. It had always been the center of the gathering of heaven and earth chi. The power of the backlash was especially great. Thus, when he used eagle rise goo, he had to use them in rotation and try to extend the usage time as much as possible. It was also thanks to his who immortal blessed land and immortal aptitude. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant? Backlash from heaven and earth was also one of the difficulties of goo immortal ascension. Tai by Yunxing had destroyed a large number of goo worms during his immortal ascension and tribulation, if not for Fang Yuan's help. When he was dodging the chaotic lightning balls outside 88 Point Jinyang Tower, he had already run out of goo worms to use. Goo Master Ascension. If they succeeded by luck, the mortal goo they used would usually suffer disastrous losses. Immortal Ascension was extremely risky and the price was high. Many situations were like this. The newly ascended goo immortal had clean sleeves and was completely clean. The accumulated goo worms they had in the past were almost all used up. 6-arm, Heavenly Zombie King. While dodging and flying, Fang Yuan suddenly turned into heavenly zombie form, with 6 wings and 8 arms raised. Bam! At the next moment, he directly collided with a formless fist. Fang Yuan did not feel any pain, and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining another goo. Fang Yuan took a look and was immediately overjoyed. This was the 3rd wild immortal goo he had obtained after leaving Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan did not have time to check it and directly suppressed it, keeping it temporarily. There was the worry of spring-autumn cicada internally and the calamity of formless hands externally. He was fully focused on flying and also had to pay attention to the state of his primeval essence and goo worms. But undeniably, Fang Yuan's gains were also very abundant. Fang Yuan deeply understood what it meant to be happy and in pain. His attainments as a flying master were a great help in this situation. Where is Ma Hongyan? Fang Yuan kept the 3rd immortal goo and looked around. The luck path true inheritance had always been something he was very interested in. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had relied on this to dominate the 9 desolates and 10 lands, and was invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this luck path true inheritance, but now, with the help of formless hands, he could snatch the luck path goo worms. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, but even after searching for a long time and not forgetting to search whenever he had the time, he could not find even a shadow of the luck path true inheritance. Evidently, the luck path true inheritance was also moving and shifting. Although the true inheritance light lump was protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, it was only the recognition of fortune rivaling heaven, and was still a wild will. Wild goo worms had an instinct to dodge heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. True inheritance secluded domain was huge, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Formless hands, true inheritance meteors, goo masters running around, or the dazzling attacks of formless fists, greatly obstructed Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan had to dodge the formless hands, and could not search casually. Both sides were moving. It was normal that they could not meet. Crack, crack. The sound of eggshells cracking could be heard continuously. The crack in true inheritance, secluded domain continued to expand. Earlier it was only one side, but now it was spreading in all directions. More and more giant light blue hands, squeezed in through the crack. As time passed, Fang Yuan's loss of goo worms became more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash of heaven and earth qi, especially the movement goo worms. Even if they were used in turns, they had reached their limits and many were lost. On the other hand, the number of formless hands surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes many formless hands would surround and block his escape routes. Fang Yuan was caught 2 or 3 times because of this. Chapter 639. As time passed, Fang Yuan no longer had the chance to smash the formless fists. Under the pursuit of the formless hands, he was exhausted from running for his life. Quickly return my goo worm. By coincidence, Hei Lulan finally arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated wind flower goo. A translucent wind flower immediately appeared on his body and rapidly changed direction. Whoosh! With the help of wind flower goo, Fang Yuan's speed did not change, but he changed direction and avoided Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan, however, was overjoyed. My time has come. Why did you have to go in this direction? Fang Yuan had not flown far when his speed suddenly fell. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark whirlpool. This was a trap set by Hei Lulan using expendable goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands behind him were already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and did not panic in the face of danger, activating Flash Bug Goo. Flash Bug Goo suddenly disappeared along with his body, and the next moment he appeared 500 steps away. Fang Yuan escaped and immediately increased his speed, but in less than a few breaths of time, he once again fell into a dark whirlpool. He activated Flash Bug Goo once again to escape, but immediately after, he fell into a third dark whirlpool. True Inheritance, secluded domain, was originally filled with darkness, and the dark whirlpool was extremely well concealed here. Before it was activated, it was calm without any clues. But once it was activated, it formed an entangling force, as if he had fallen into a quicksand swamp. You can escape. This place has a circumference of 100 li. I have scattered countless goo worms and set up countless traps. Hei Lulan shouted as she rapidly approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suffered a loss due to his poor scouting. He was furious. You are courting death, don't blame me. Saying so, he activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, exerting strength and breaking free from the whirlpool, charging towards Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan's heart trembled, and then she was overjoyed. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. He was afraid that the other party would flee, not giving him a chance to fight. The two of them had new and old grudges, and they both wished they could kill each other, but they had yet to fight. Hei Lulan was the first to make a sharp turn to avoid the attack. After that, Fang Yuan's expression changed as well, and he retreated with all his might. It was too scary. A large group of formless hands, whistling down from the sky. There were 500 to 600 of them. The pale blue radiance was continuous, illuminating the surrounding space in a pale blue color. The group of non-phase hands divided into 2 groups, respectively chasing after Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately fell into the most dangerous situation he had ever been in. He absolutely did not dare to fly between the formless hands. There were so many formless hands. With just a slight movement, they could easily seal off all the routes. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly quickly, with a large group of giant light blue hands chasing after him. No, don't come over. Yi Lui Seng shouted in panic. He and the other 3 goo masters moved together, helping each other. Only then did they barely manage to keep their fire path immortal goo intact. But now, he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. He saw the group of non-phase hands behind Fang Yuan. Yi Lui Seng's heart almost stopped beating. Fang Yuan not only flew extremely fast, but also attacked quickly. Long-range attacks blocked the best escape route for Yi Lui Sang and the others, and greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fong Yuan slightly changed his direction, bypassing them and continuing to fly. Yi Lui Sang and the others fled with all their might, but how could they make it in time? No. This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a mournful scream as hundreds of non-phase hands filled his vision, becoming bigger and bigger. It was like a gust of wind blowing, or like a swarm of locusts passing through. The giant light blue hands continued to fly, not letting Fong Yuan go. As for Yi Lui Sang and the others, they blankly stayed on the spot. There were too many non-phase hands. In just a few breaths of time, all the goo worms on their bodies were captured. In the blink of an eye, they had become completely broke. Although there was still primeval essence left in their apertures, it was useless. How will I explain this to Lord Supreme Elder when I return? Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. The fire path immortal goo on him was specially lent to him by Yi Lui tribe's Supreme Elder, Yi Lui Lai. It was to help him become the Lord of the Imperial Court. The preciousness of immortal goo was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost the competition, and in order to protect his immortal goo, even though he was also a tribe leader of a super tribe, he could only endure the humiliation and side with He Lulon. Now, because of Fong Yuan's misdirection, the fire path immortal goo that he protected with all his heart was lost in the end. Fong Yuan flew all the way, and when he turned around, he saw that the number of non-phase hands behind him had decreased slightly, and was slightly happy. This was all Yi Lui Sang's contribution. Fong Yuan also saw the hope of getting rid of this group of non-phase hands. That was to divert the trouble to someone else. He had flying master attainment, but others did not. That is, while escaping, Fong Yuan finally found traces of Ma Hongyan. The Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was enveloping Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun, dodging and flying all over the place, with many non-phase hands chasing behind them. Of course, compared to the group behind Fong Yuan, they paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, Fong Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyan. Sensing an even greater danger, the Luck Path True Inheritance's light lump instinctively changed its flying direction. But Fong Yuan chased relentlessly, and with extraordinary agility, he gradually got closer to the Luck Path True Inheritance. "Let us go, please let us go." Within the Luck Path True Inheritance, Ma Hongyan's pleading voice could be heard. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhao Lianyun's delicate body was also trembling in fear. Fong Yuan's heart was like steel. How could he be shaken? His figure was like lightning. His speed suddenly increased as he flew past the Luck Path True Inheritance in a beautiful arc. The non-phase hands behind him were immediately attracted by the Luck Path True Inheritance's aura, and immediately flocked towards it. "We are finished." Ma and Zhao Lianyun's expressions were pale. They could only watch as hundreds of non-phase hands blocked their path and rushed over. "Ha ha ha! Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance! Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance!" Fong Yuan flew around before flying back. "The immortal aperture is about to take shape. Wonderful. Wonderful. It can be used to store Luck Path Immortal Goo." Looking at the Luck Path True Inheritance covered by the non-phase hands, Fong Yuan's gaze was burning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, many non-phase hands left their original spots and flew out. Fong Yuan quickly rushed over and used all his methods to snatch goo. 1, 2, 5, 6. Soon, there were more than 10 of them. It was impossible for Fong Yuan to snatch all the Luck Path goo worms, but he was able to obtain so many. He was already satisfied. Wait, a 6-fingered, formless fist. Suddenly, Fong Yuan found an important target. This meant that this fist was holding a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. His breathing was rough. He chased after it with all his might. He turned into six-arm, heavenly zombie king and directly pounced on the six-fingered, formless fist. 8 fists burst out with intense fist shadows as they smashed down. The formless fist shattered, revealing a luck path immortal goo as expected. Haha! Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly grabbed it. But right at this moment, a 6-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. The timing was perfect. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed slightly, but extreme joy turned to sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his heart go blank. He cried out in alarm. Time became extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths of time, the 6-fingered formless fist flew out of his body, and Fang Yuan regained his mobility. Fang Yuan flapped his 6 wings and flew away immediately. He glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands colliding at the place where he was just a moment ago. If he had hesitated just now, cold sweat poured down Fang Yuan's forehead. He quickly inspected his body and his heart sank. What was taken away was not the immortal goo he snatched, nor was it spring-autumn cicada, but that fixed immortal travel. This damned luck. Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his first method to leave this place and return to immortal blessed land. But he lost it. He had to get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pouch. Next, he stared fixedly at that 6-fingered, formless fist and chased after it. How could one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? Fortunately, during the process of chasing, his immortal aperture finally took shape. Fang Yuan took a risk to ascend to an immortal and finally succeeded. At this moment, he had become a genuine strength path goo immortal. The strength path immortal aperture had a huge area of 5,180,000 square kilometers. The sky was orange-yellow and there were mountain peaks on the ground. The mountain peaks were tall and straight. There was not even a blade of grass growing on them. They were all made of white rocks of all shapes and sizes. A formless tributary of the river of time was drawn into the immortal aperture, blessed land, supporting the normal operation of this small world. Compared to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16 times faster. Most importantly, there were 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. This is a middle grade, blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When a goo master ascends to an immortal, there are 3 grades of immortal aperture and blessed land. Small blessed land had an area of 3 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. Middle grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. High-grade blessed land had an area of 7 to 9 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. Heaven and earth chi interacted and refined mortal goo into immortal goo. After Tai by Yunsheng ascended to goo immortal, he refined 2 immortal goo. It was no doubt a high-grade blessed land. And Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was a middle-grade blessed land. Although my human chi is higher than Tai by Yunsheng's, he obtained the help of human chi goo, and his human chi greatly surpassed mine. I received the protection of 88-point Jinyang Tower and Giant Sun's will. There were gains and losses. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside. Only a portion of heaven and earth chi seeped into true inheritance, secluded domain. In the end, I absorbed it. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind at lightning speed. After all, Giant Suns will had no choice but to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He would not be so kind as to let heaven and earth chi seep in so that Fang Yuan could accumulate his goo immortal potential. Besides this, there is another important reason, that is spring-autumn cicada. Spring, autumn, cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of the river of time. It was akin to cutting off the nutrients. This greatly reduced the success of the strength path immortal aperture. Chapter 640. Fang Yuan, however, had no regrets after becoming a middle-grade blessed land. This was for the best. In the first aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure had already reached its limit. The first aperture's walls were already full of cracks. If this continued, the aperture might explode at any moment. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it would refine immortal goo and create heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations in the blessed land. Fang Yuan's situation was already in a precarious situation. He was facing both internal and external problems. If the immortal aperture's heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were to cause trouble, Fang Yuan would definitely lose focus and suffer huge loss. He might even lose his life. No matter what, after becoming a strength path goo immortal, I have the qualifications to interfere in the battle. Fang Yuan gave a long cry, first throwing all the goo worms on him, be they immortal goo or mortal goo, into the strength path immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was huge. It was easy to store immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence without hesitation. Immediately, the green grape immortal essence canopy spread out and filled the whole immortal aperture, turning into an endless amount of primeval essence. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From now on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence consumption. He could use mortal goo without any worries. This was one of the biggest differences between mortals and immortals. At the same time, I have truly become a goo immortal, absorbing all the heaven and earth chi. I will no longer have to worry about any backlash. Fang Yuan's aura surged, his eyes shining brightly. His body shook slightly. A pair of eagle wings grew out from his back. The 8 wings flapped. Fang Yuan's speed increased by a level, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Just as he was about to catch up to his target, Tai Bai Yunqing's cry for help could be heard from behind. "Junior brother, help me." That hand snatched away my immortal goo landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying towards him from the left. Tai Bai Yunqing was dragging the supreme, true inheritance, light lump. It was rushing over from even further away. Fang Yuan hesitated. This 6-fingered, formless fist was near him. If he did not make a move, it would be inexcusable. He immediately activated the wind flower goo and barely managed to change direction. His speed was too fast. The wind flower goo in his immortal aperture could not hold on any longer. Many flower petals fell off. Fang Yuan caught up with the 6-fingered, formless fist and smashed it fiercely. He smashed it open and successfully rescued landscape as before. When Tai Bai Yunqing saw this, he was instantly overjoyed. "That's great. Junior brother, if it weren't for you." Fang Yuan's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily, "Senior brother, dodge!" Too late. An 8-fingered, formless hand. He flew down and grabbed Tai Bai Yunqing. Tai Bai Yunqing was unable to move, and his face was filled with terror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several hundred formless hands flew over one after another, surrounding Tai Bai Yunqing. At the same time, there was a large number of formless hands. It flew over from afar. Damn it. Tai Bai Yunqing isn't the only one who's in trouble. He also has a peerless true inheritance. This is bad. 88-point Jinyang Tower is about to be destroyed. I need to quickly take back fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan did not dare to help. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he placed landscape as before goo into his immortal aperture. He then turned around and left. Fixed immortal travel goo was the best method to escape. To the current Fang Yuan, it was much more important. It was more important than other immortal goo. Fang Yuan flew all the way and was about to catch up to the formless fist. I will run after getting fixed immortal travel. I don't care about this tie by Yunqing anymore. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had already made up his mind. True inheritance, secluded domain, was the deepest part of 88-point Jinyang Tower, but there were already so many formless hands. Not to mention the outside world. He had already obtained enough benefits, and he had also successfully advanced to Gu Immortal. If he continued, he might lose his life here. Fang Yuan had thoughts of retreating, but just as he was about to succeed, He Lulan blocked in front of him. Don't think I am afraid of you, just because you became a Gu Immortal. Return my Gu worm to me, and I will immediately give way. He Lulan screamed, You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared angrily. He wanted nothing more than to chop He Lulan into pieces. But reason made him change his direction and go around He Lulan, continuing to chase. He Lulan sneered. He could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but he was proficient in long-range battles and had many methods to obstruct Fang Yuan's pursuit. Fang Yuan was obstructed by He Lulan time and again. He had no choice but to change his direction. Why are you doing this? Quickly return my Gu worm and you will be able to catch up to this formless fist. Don't forget, once the formless fist reaches a certain distance, it will disappear along with the Gu worm in its hand. He Lulan urged loudly. He was extremely anxious in his heart. His vital Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had no choice but to endure and conceal it. Fang Yuan shouted in anger. His expression was grim. He naturally could not return the Gu worm to He Lulan. The more anxious He Lulan was about this Gu worm, the more it showed how important this Gu worm was. Moreover, He Lulan was a great enemy. Even if the Gu worm was returned to him, what if he did not fulfill his promise and continued to obstruct Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his direction again, taking a longer route to chase after his target. Boom! Right at this time, a loud sound erupted in the world. True inheritance, secluded domain completely shattered, instantly exploding. Glaring white sunlight suddenly filled everyone's vision. For a moment, Fang Yuan and the others were caught unprepared. Their eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white. In such a situation, who would dare to truly close their eyes? Even if their eyes were filled with tears, they still had to squint a little. The white light gradually faded, and in their hazy eyes, everyone found that the sky was high and the earth was wide, and they were in the air. Save me! Many Gu masters cried out for help. They were the unlucky ones who had all their Gu worms snatched away. Without their Gu worms, they would fall to their deaths at such a high speed. No one went to save the others. The Gu masters, who were barely floating in the air, could not even look after themselves. They could only watch in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands circling around, densely packed together. On the ground, there was smoke everywhere, and the ruins of 88-point Jinyang Tower could be seen everywhere. These broken walls continued to decompose, turning back into Gu worms. There were too many Gu worms. Even a piece of tile could decompose into Gu worms, as many as an ant colony. Oh my God! 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Longevity heaven above. How could this happen? Everyone was panicking. A golden rainbow suddenly shone in their vision. Leave the immortal Gu behind. The remaining giant suns had been accumulating power and finally exploded at this moment. The golden rainbow was like lightning. With lightning speed, it destroyed a formless fist and seized the immortal Gu within. Divert disaster Gu! Giant suns poured into the Gu body and immediately activated it. Divert disaster Gu burst out with beams of light, shooting everywhere. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light immediately shrunk, and their speed fell sharply. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light melted at a visible speed. The Gu worms inside were freed. At once, giant suns regained several immortal Gu. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant sons will immediately saw the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao, who were inside the light lump. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew over. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He had lost his target. The formless fist that was holding fixed immortal travel had already disappeared. Carrying fixed immortal travel, it flew away. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it! Fang Yuan endured the pain and regret in his heart, calming down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to his immortal, blessed land. But the Stargate needed to be opened continuously. Fang Yuan first needed to leave this place, and then find a safe environment. Ancestor is here. You have nowhere to go. Hand over my goo worms, and I can still plead for mercy for you. He Lulan flew over, shouting loudly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He Lulan's words reminded him that the greatest threat now was the formless hands. Next was Giant Sun's will. Right now, Giant Sun's will was suffering from many attacks. There was less than 100,000th of it left, but it was still not something Fang Yuan could resist. Giant Sun Immortals was too vast and vast. Even after such a severe weakening, even if Fang Yuan became a Goo Immortal, he was not its match. More importantly, right now, it was seizing immortal goo from all over the place, activating them one by one. Its battle strength was rising rapidly. Ordinary goo worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how strong Giant Sun's will is, it is only a will. It needs to rely on the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's as he looked at the distant Giant Sun's will. Just as he glanced at it, a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, successfully dodging. Damn it! He Lulan cursed fiercely. He was also obstructed by 3 formless hands along the way. After true inheritance, secluded domain was broken. The number of formless hands in the air had increased by at least 10 times. The attacks of these formless hands caused Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the rest to be exhausted from dodging. They could no longer pay attention to other matters. Bam, bam, bam. Wind blades danced and spiraled, slicing apart the formless hands. The captured goo worms were freed. Giant Sun's was like a golden dragon, pouncing forward. It had a lot of Giant Sun's immortal essence. It was full of confidence. Once it obtained a goo worm, it would instantly refine it, its battle strength rising steadily, its aura soaring. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will discovered Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by layers of formless hands. The huge true inheritance light lump had already shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. Giant Sun's will roared, several immortal goo and hundreds of rank 5 mortal goo were activated at the same time. Divert disaster light shot out, over 1,000 wind blades formed into a group, and a bright red giant fire crow screeched as it spread its wings and soared. All kinds of attacks were like flowers, wrapping around Giant Sun's true inheritance. Once a formless fist flew out, it would be instantly struck down, and the goo worms inside would be seized by Giant Sun's will. Oh no! This luck path true inheritance originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Now that Giant Sun's will has obtained them, it is like adding wings to a tiger, a dragon returning to the sea. Fang Yuan, who was flying at extreme speed, took a glance at this scene and his heart immediately turned heavy. He looked around and found that to leave, he had to rely on Stargate goo. Chapter 641. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number 1 blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Fang Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and giant sons will fought intensely. Next, it was Tai by Yunxing and Feng Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the blessed land's heaven and earth qi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai by Yunxing and Feng Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Feng Yuan had flash bug goo, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 Gu immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge, dark, green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly Gu immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Jinyang Tower Imperial Court Blessed Land was arranged by giant sun immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huang Jin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path Gu immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that wolf King Changshan Yin. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Changshan Yin is already dead. Another young Gu immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, "Of course, it is not just Changshan Yin. Other than him, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Bian Xixian, and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhongzhou State. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhongzhou State have been secretly plotting against 88-point Jinyang Tower for hundreds of years. Central Continent's Gu immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Feng Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains Gu immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Jinyang Tower, was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Of utmost importance, something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts, and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading Gu immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red and his teeth were white. For some reason, he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was arranged by ancestor Giant Sunday. A rank 8 immortal Gu house is mysterious and profound. It has great power. It is not something you and I can estimate. Although the winds of assimilation are fierce and formed a wind veil, they might not be able to destroy Truyang Building. We will wait here and act according to the situation. The child Gu immortal's words made the elderly and young Gu immortals beside him breathe heavily. Lord Tongzu, you are right. Our Chanyu tribe has an immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we can forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young Gu immortal said this. His tone could not conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation are no small matter. Even Winged Blade can only attack once. I have calculated. The wound created on this wind veil of assimilation will only need 8 breaths of time to heal. The elderly Gu immortal was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chanyu Tong Zhu, nodded. Right now, He tribe, Yului tribe, Dongfang tribe, and other righteous path superforces have sent Gu immortals here. Also, the number 1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain, has sent 6 Gu immortals to try to fish in troubled waters. Don't underestimate them, we have our methods, but that doesn't mean they don't. When we activate Winged Blade, we need to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall into the hands of otherworldly demons. These are all mine. Giant Suns will roared, his voice reverberating throughout the battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, gathering and dispersing at will. At times he split into 17 or 18 small dragons, and at times he fused into a giant azure dragon. It carried Giant Sun's immortal essence, and used it without holding back. Over 10 immortal Gu were embedded in the dragon's body, 2 on the coral and dragon horns, 1 in the dragon eyes, and 6 or 7 on the dragon scales. Scorching flames, diverting immortal light, freezing air, they formed a frenzied attack that covered the sky and earth, attacking unceasingly. With the situation like this, Giant Suns will finally have the chance to exert his strength. The anger that Giant Suns will have been suppressing for a long time was finally vented at this moment, because he had to eliminate the otherworldly demons first, and because of the importance of the luck path true inheritance. Giant Suns will mainly surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands wrapped around the luck path true inheritance, and from time to time, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms would fly out. Giant Suns was like a golden dragon, circling around the luck path true inheritance's light lump, destroying the formless fists that flew out. There were many formless fists. Even Giant Suns could only choose from among them and attack heavily, trying to free up more immortal Gu to strengthen his own battle strength. But around the giant dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands wreaking havoc. Giant Suns snatched back Gu worms, and these formless hands snatched them back. The 2 sides fought fiercely, occupying the highest area. Below this battle was the struggle between the surviving Gu masters and a small number of formless hands. Even though Giant Suns attracted most of the formless hands' firepower, the Gu masters were not in a better state than before. True inheritance secluded domain was destroyed. The Gu masters were completely exposed to the world, and were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost unaffected by any method, flying and piercing through rocks. They were unobstructed. Only after obtaining the Gu worms and tightening into a fist could they be broken. But the formless fists were extremely fast. Not all Gu masters could catch up and destroy them. Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the others were the minority. They were heroes among heroes. Ancestor, please, ah. A mournful scream was suddenly heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. They saw a Gu master of a super tribe with a pure bloodline was being chased by the formless hands, and had no choice but to fly into the sky to seek help from Giant Sun's will. But in the end, he was immediately destroyed by the immortal Gu activated by Giant Sun's will. Such power! He Lulan looked up at the sky, even with the great strength true martial physique. Even with the great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will completely erupted. His attacks were grand and majestic. He was wholeheartedly fighting against the formless hands for the luck path true inheritance. He did not care about Giant Sun's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. All the goo worms in his body had been plundered, and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by goo worms. Thus only his bones were fractured, but his life was saved. Seeing the unlucky guy die and his soul vanish, he suddenly felt lucky. Compared to this unlucky goo master, he was at least alive. As long as he was alive, it was better than anything else. Fang Yuan felt an extremely heavy mental pressure. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He wanted to escape, but he had no ability to change this predicament. Fortunately, Giant Suns did not target me first. Instead, he went to deal with the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, and he is wholeheartedly trying to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was clear that once Giant Suns got rid of the problem in front of him, he would not let him go. By then he would be like a lamb in a tiger's mouth or a rabbit in a python's body. Giant Suns alone cannot activate most immortal goo. Even if I become a goo immortal, I am still not Giant Suns' match in a direct battle, unless I can sever the connection between it and Giant Sun's immortal essence. Oh, Fang Yuan's heart was clear. Unfortunately, there were too many formless hands. He was tired of dealing with them. Other than Giant Suns, he had the most immortal goo. There was a lot of remnant aura that attracted the pursuit of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lolan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true heaven's favored child. He could be considered the matured version of Bai Ningbing. Be it battle talent or accumulation, he was extremely outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yunqing was not his match in a direct battle. The power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lolan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lolan has an unimaginable number of goo worms. Many of his goo worms were taken away, but he still has so many goo worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lolan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a strength path immortal goo at 88 Point Jinyang Tower, then undergo immortal ascension in Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations. Especially with his father's help, he had accumulated many goo worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth chi during the process of immortal ascension, causing damage to his goo worms. Thus, he had prepared many goo worms. The number was beyond imagination. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunqing's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Bai Yunqing was trapped by a large number of formless hands and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his goo worms were taken away. Without the support of goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Bai Yunqing was his only ally. He had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Bai Yunqing's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal goo man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He saw a 6-fingered, formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Bai Yunqing now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal goo man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Bai Yunqing, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Bai Yunqing, or take back immortal goo man as before. Chapter 642. Save Tai Bai Yunqing, or take back man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. Man as before, when it was immortal goo. Fang Yuan had heard of its great name. Now that it had advanced to an immortal goo, its power was naturally higher. According to Tai Bai Yunqing's words, when it was immortal goo, man as before could return a mortal goo master state to a certain moment in the past. After becoming an immortal gu, man, as before, could not only affect others, it could also affect oneself. This oneself was naturally referring to Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng was a gu immortal. It was not hard to deduce that man, as before, could be effective on gu immortals. A gu worm that could restore a gu immortal state. The value of man, as before, was self-evident. It could even be said that its value far surpassed ordinary immortal gu. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was so anxious he forgot that he was in danger and wanted to remind Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Bai Yunxing's words were said in a moment of desperation. He blurted it out without thinking it through calmly. If Fang Yuan truly abandoned him and tried to take back man as before, then Tai Bai Yunxing would be in danger. Even if a gu master ascends to gu immortal, the essence of their life would be raised. At such a high altitude, if Tai Bai Yunxing fell, he would at most suffer heavy injuries, but would not fall to his death. But don't forget, there were still other gu masters on the ground. Taking back man as before will definitely waste time. Even if I take back man as before, Tai Bai Yunxing will have conflict with me. What should I do? Tai Bai Yunxing's words were hot-headed words. Once he was in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely wake up. Compared to a mortal gu, his own life was more important, if it was at this moment. But he saw his junior brother chasing after an immortal gu and giving up on him. What would he think? The human heart was fickle. It was also fickle. Even if these words were said by Tai Bai Yunxing himself, at that moment, thinking about it in his shoes, he would have doubts and suspicions. If I control fixed immortal travel, then so be it. The key was that he had lost the fixed immortal travel, and the wind veil of assimilation was constantly shrinking, isolating him from the outside world. I want to get out of here. The only way is to open the Stargate and connect to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was in a difficult position. If he opened the Stargate, he would have to use Starlight Gu. The formless hands flew everywhere. He was in the limelight, suppressing all other existences. Once the Starlight Gu appeared, it would definitely be snatched by the formless hands. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, but under the formless hands, he had no way to escape. There was no guarantee that he would be able to protect them. But now, the wind curtain of assimilation has been formed. Without the support of heaven and earth chi, although there were many formless hands, there would be no new ones. Furthermore, the fragments of 88-point Jinyang Tower are breaking down and turning back into gu, flying everywhere. Formless hand was like water without a source, it could not last long. Fang Yuan was an old devil with 500 years of experience. He was definitely not a short-sighted person. After the formless hand seal weakens, Giant Suns will definitely become the master of the battle. At that time, it would deal with Ma and Zhao. After taking back the Luck Path True Inheritance, they will definitely deal with me first. At that time, Giant Suns will have Giant Sun's immortal essence and possessed many immortal gu. He was definitely a strong enemy. As the weakling, Fang Yuan's best choice to deal with a strong enemy was to ally with the weak and resist the strong. Looking at the battle situation, Tai Bai Yunxing was the only choice. Even if he was a healing gu immortal, he was still a gu immortal. Even if his gu worms were all snatched away, Fang Yuan could still lend them to him. Moreover, these bloodline descendants of He Lulan were the natural allies of Giant Sun's will. No matter how glib Fang Yuan's tongue was, in such a situation, in such a short time, he could not convince them to change sides. After thinking so much, only a short moment had passed. Fang Yuan's body moved like lightning without hesitation. He flew towards the falling Tai Bai Yunxing. Junior brother, you sigh. Seeing Fang Yuan's choice, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had calmed down, had a moved expression as his gaze flickered. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only heaved a long sigh. Along the way, there were many formless hands interfering, but Fang Yuan turned left and right. He was agile like a bird, rapidly closing the distance between him and Tai Bai Yunxing. But right at this time, a faint figure suddenly appeared beside Tai Bai Yunxing. "Old thing, you have finally fallen into my hands." The figure quickly turned solid. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's collar and captured him. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing was a Gu immortal, he did not have a single Gu worm on him. He Lulan easily captured him. He Lulan immediately activated a Gu worm, restraining Tai Bai Yunxing's limbs and causing him to faint. Looking at the captive in her hands, He Lulan was overjoyed. Being able to capture Tai Bai Yunxing in such a chaotic situation was largely due to luck. But the result was already set in stone. He Lulan's mind was filled with ideas on how to threaten Fang Yuan and use him as a hostage to take back his vital Gu. But just as he raised his head, before he could speak, he was shocked to see Fang Yuan's body suddenly rise up and fly towards the sky. He Lulan captured Tai Bai Yunxing. He is definitely trying to threaten me and ask for that Gu worm. Fang Yuan immediately guessed He Lulan's plan. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ice. Since He Lulan had such a goal, she was not afraid of him endangering Tai Bai Yunxing's life. That is to say, Tai Bai Yunxing had no worries for now. Since that was the case, the first thing Fang Yuan needed to do was to take back the immortal Gu man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hands. The 8 wings on his back flapped with all his might, using wind flower Gu and flash bug Gu alternately. Finally, after 15 minutes, he used all his strength and barely broke the formless fist, taking back man as before immortal Gu. Because he had obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's trust, man as before immortal Gu did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it. He directly placed it into his strength path immortal aperture. "Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Hurry up and return my Gu worm." He Lulan finally found the opportunity to threaten him loudly. He was drenched in sweat. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai Bai Yunxing. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulan did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing manner that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulan. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist giant Sun's will alone. He needed to rely on Tai Bai Yunxing's help. But now that Tai Bai Yunxing was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had man as before immortal Gu, he did not have Tai Bai Yunxing's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulan would kill him. If Tai Bai Yunxing died, Fang Yuan could use man as before to revive Tai Bai Yunxing. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using immortal Gu man as before, immortal essence would be expended. Reviving immortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence in his possession. He used 1 bead. It turned into limitless gaseous primeval essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's will. As for reviving Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape immortal essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the imperial court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me I really have to return his Gu worm? This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this Gu. It was definitely different from others. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun Immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of goo worms, as well as many types of goo worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal goo. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal goo were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 immortal goo were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyan to the bone. Now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyan's talent. I want to see how long the Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the Luck Path True Inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation. They could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly, but it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The Luck Path True Inheritance light lump's volume was already less than 1/3 of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar! Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is. Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Chanyu tribe's 3 goo immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other goo immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other righteous path goo immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's goo immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the others were goo worms. 88-point Jinyang Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild goo were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these goo worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil and escape this desperate situation. The goo master's eyes shone. Chapter 643. Originally, in this wind veil of great unity, the goo worms were lifeless. Now that the wind veil of assimilation was slashed open, connecting to the outside world of northern plains, these goo worms seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the wound. The formless hands swarmed over, making a big grab along the way. Almost half of the goo worms fell into formless hands and were then taken away by formless fists. But most of them managed to charge out of their wounds and escape the hopeless situation of the wind veil of assimilation, entering the northern plains. Collect, collect for me. So many goo worms. That is an immortal goo. Stop. Don't fight over it. Just follow the previous agreement and don't mess around. Northern Plains goo immortals looked at the vast goo group surging out like a tidal wave. They were shocked and overjoyed. They immediately took action, continuously shouting, competing with each other, displaying all types of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw the scene of the goo immortals frantically snatching goo worms. Over 20 goo immortals. It should be the work of the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is the #1 offensive method in Northern Plains. In the 5 Regions War, many Central Continent goo immortals died under this move. His expression was solemn. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as the memories of his previous life surged in his mind. The wind of assimilation was the strongest wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, and few methods could restrain it. But Winged Blade Immortal Killer move was extremely powerful. It was a rare super method that could break the wind veil of assimilation. Of course, this is also because the wind curtain of assimilation has not been formed for long, and the wind wall is not very thick. After a period of time, even the winged saber can't cut through it. Winds of assimilation were winds that blew when immortal apertures were destroyed. Once the wind picked up, there would be enough wind. Even rank 8 goo immortals could not resist it. As for rank 9 goo immortals, they could dominate the world, invincible in the world. No matter how strong the great unity wind was, it couldn't do anything to them. This shocking turn of events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was definitely not an escape route. He was framing Giant Sun's will, the culprit behind the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In the outside world, he was captured by the furious Northern Plains goo immortals. His ending would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, death would be a luxury. He immediately focused his attention on He Lulan. If He Lulan was distracted because of this, Fang Yuan would launch a surprise attack, strive to snatch Tai by Yunsheng. But He Lulan's eyes were bright. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and he was not distracted at all. His goal this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo and become a Goo Immortal. However, he was not good at moving, so he could not break the Formless Fist. However, he had an agreement with Giant Sunzel before this. As long as he helped to the end, Giant Sunzel would give him a Strength Path Immortal Goo as a reward. This was also the reason why they had been fighting for so long. The main reason why He Lulan followed Giant Sunzel closely and was always on the same side. This guy, Fang Yuan, had no chance to take advantage of. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from above the wind veil. He Lulan, my son, father is here. I have come to receive you. He Lulan's father was the supreme elder of Northern Plains super tribe He tribe, a legendary figure of Northern Plains, the male lead of the most famous love story, Su Xian's Night Elopement, He Chung. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path. His eyes were like paint, his face was like jade. He was handsome and elegant. At this moment, he was floating in the air, casually collecting some goo worms. His expression was anxious and worried as he shouted He Lulan's name. Don't worry, father has found a Strength Path Immortal Goo for you. But when He Lulan heard his father's call, he snorted coldly. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to He Cheng's words, he was even angered. His face was filled with hatred, filled with vengeance. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "My patience is running out. Do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly give me my goo worm. Otherwise I will kill your senior brother immediately." Tai by Yunsheng naturally had to be saved. This was the only external help Fang Yuan could rely on to resist Giant Sunzel. Thus, Fang Yuan shouted, "Of course I can give you the goo worm, but you have to wake my senior brother up first and make him run 1,000 steps away." His suggestion was rejected by He Lulan. Impossible. You have to give me the goo worm first. Otherwise, I will directly crush your senior brother's head. Both sides did not have any trust in each other. Fang Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai by Yunqing first, but He Lulan was wary of Fang Yuan's movement method. He Lulan wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the goo worm first. Fang Yuan was naturally afraid of He Lulan's tricks. Of course, there was the most common solution. That was to let go at the same time. One side would release Tai by Yunqing, while the other side would release the goo worm. But in this environment, where the formless hands were flying everywhere, who would dare to let the goo worm fly around randomly? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai by Yunqing, but negotiations were always stuck at this point. Fang Yuan raised his head and took a quick glance. The scene before him made his heart sink. Oh no! After the formless hands capture the goo worm, they will tear through space and vanish. The number of formless hands will sharply decrease. At that time, giant suns will become the leader. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fang Yuan was also gradually becoming anxious. Giant suns was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his first priority. This choice was even more important than survival. The will dragon roared again and again, disregarding the passage above its head and circling around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path goo worm was the true inheritance's core. Giant suns did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing that the true inheritance light lump was only left with a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's hopes turned to dust. But right at this time, the true inheritance light lump suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The light was extremely dazzling. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of giant suns roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant suns could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into northern plains, giant suns finally let go of his worries. Killing the otherworldly demon, Zhao Lianyun, was the first priority. This was the number one priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Suns could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal goo, as the dragon shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged. Its might was awe-inspiring. An earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the goo worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult. It was a supreme, true inheritance. This supreme, true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light, it was not dazzling at all. It was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the cover of the halo, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and self-detonated, like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will and actually cut it in half. Giant Sun's will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into 2. The dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 wisdom goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In true inheritance, secluded domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the Wind Veil of Assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance, Secluded Domain. If not for Mo Yao's Will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Gu. As a Rank 9, Wisdom Gu was recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. It was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly. Thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the Gu Master Paths formed based on this principle. And the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of Wisdom Gu. Right? Wisdom Gu is also a wild will it had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Wisdom Gu could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times. Wisdom Path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of Wisdom Gu, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the Formless Hands, water without a source. Under the light of Wisdom Gu, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the Dragon of Will was easily cut in half. One could say Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Unless Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's, he endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full. Their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's Rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was Rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.